We are going to be wrapping up our snap reviews for Fabled Relics. We got a good bit of ground to cover, but not as much as yesterday. Yesterday's stream was pretty long. We had a lot to look at. So today should be a little faster, We're going to try to keep good pace. Also, yesterday, we discussed the Twitch drop reveal. We discussed the patch notes. We did a lot before we even started reviewing snaps. And then we had a ton of snaps to review, so there was just a lot to do yesterday. We were here till like almost 11 o'clock at night. So should be a lot faster today, hopefully. Jennifer, thank you for the 200 bits. Fallen Angel, thank you for the first bits of the day. Greatly appreciate the big 100, my friend. And Zombie coming in with big 400 bits. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Also, Mentally Melody coming in with the Prime sub. Thank you, my friend. And a hype train. Let's go, let's go. Much appreciated, you guys. Much appreciated. Wings of a Daydream with the big 100 as well. You want to do my snap for me, says Ashley? I still have to do my snap, guys. I still have to do my own snap. And I got to get up extra early tomorrow to stream first thing in the morning. So we got to move pretty fast today because I got to make sure I have time for dinner and a shower and to play with my cat and to do my dream snap and then go to bed and then get up very, very early in time to have breakfast and some coffee and wake up. And, you know, there's a lot of things I have to do. So, you know, we'll try to move pretty fast today. Thank you for the bits, you guys. Vox, Tazzy, Ghost Girl, thank you, thank you. Helpful Nerd, hello over on YouTube. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. All right, all right. Dana Lee says, can't wait to sub. Oh, that's great to hear, my friend. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. In the meantime, enjoy yourself, my friend. Just enjoy yourself. Dekai, thank you for the big 300 bits. And Gamer Mom coming to a big 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I said I'm not helping today. I'm rioting. Well, I'm not going to put any extra food in the basement then. Harper, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Sinner said I'll riot with you. Well, that's not fair. You should take my side, not her side. Oh, yeah, Samantha doesn't have her hammer. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. That's why I'm rioting. Right. Right. That's right. I took your hammer away. No, Zombie, you can... Guys, listen, you know, just let Samantha riot by herself. We don't all have to join her. Look, I'll give Samantha her mod hammer back, okay? She's got a nice little sword right now. Pure Ice, thank you for the 250 as well. Crafty Joe, hello, hello. Thank you for the resub. Emilish says, hey, from the UK, how are you? I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Did you watch the new Dream Valley VOD? Yeah, the one about the bear? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Comes with moonstones, comes with the bear, and all the proceeds are going to go to nature conservation in Canada, so that's cool, that's cool. Yes, I did, The bear is very cute. I like the pose, too. I feel like we'll definitely get some, like, nature conservation themed Dream Snap somewhere, and the bear's probably going to be really useful for that. Well, the nice thing, too, is that, you know, whatever the cost is for the bear and the moonstones that come with it, the nice thing about it is that, you know, it's not just going to Game Loft. It's all being donated to nature conservation, so it's a worthy effort, you know? Definitely something worth picking up, because it's almost like making a donation and getting some cool stuff in the game. So it's a win-win. You get to donate to a good charity, to a good cause, and you get a really cute little bear. So it's a no-brainer if you have the cash laying around to get the bear. Lori, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Thanks for all your insight and creativity. You're welcome. Thank you for watching, Lori. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. Fallen Angel said, I heard it's going to be $3.99. That's it? That'd be surprising. I mean, I would be willing to spend like $10 on it. But I mean, it only comes with 800 moonstones, so yeah, it'd probably be pretty cheap. It's probably going to be pretty cheap. Because it's just a pet and 800 moonstones, so I don't think it's going to be super expensive. But yeah, if I bet you they would actually get more money if they sold it for really cheap. They'd probably get more people to participate in it. And that'll be good, you know, because I feel like if it was like 10 or 20 bucks, they might not get as many people willing to do it. But if it's only like $4 or $5, yeah, it'll probably be plenty of people that, like, everybody will pick it up at that point, which would be cool. But like I said, you know, regardless of price, like, I'd be willing to pay like 10 or 20 bucks for it just because I know it's also a donation to a good cause. So, you know, the update tomorrow, they removed the clear biome, but still available on Nintendo and Apple devices. Yeah, that was in the patch notes yesterday in big, bold letters, Crafty Joe, in big, bold letters. We don't have too much time to talk about the patch notes right now, but because we got to get into the review, so we're not here super late like we were yesterday. But down here, it says, update, we're happy to confirm that the Nintendo version of tomorrow's Pixel Perfect update will not contain the incompatible clear biome feature. Our team is still working to mitigate this issue for our Apple players. The Pixel Perfect update was... Hey! No way, bro! Anonymous, thank you!
Just in case I miss tomorrow, this is for the Moonstone bundle. All hail the
thank you, my friend. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. And I hope you can be here tomorrow. But if not, don't worry, my friend. Don't worry. We're always around. We're always around. 7,069 on the board. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And yeah, we got to get the new Moonstone bundle tomorrow for sure. Another day, another goal. Thank you, guys. Thank you. What was that, goal 218? I think that was 218. 218 goals in a row now. Let's go, let's go. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, it says, the Pixel Perfect update was originally meant to include clear biome feature in furniture mode. Unfortunately, we discovered a critical bug in the last week, and it patched it out on Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, Epic. However, this feature will be present in the Nintendo and Apple versions for the update. Please note that using it... But now they were able to get it out of the Nintendo update just because they were worried people would still use it and it would cause damage to their game. So we're happy to confirm that the Nintendo version of tomorrow's Pixel update will not contain the incompatible clear biome feature. Our team is still working to mitigate this issue for Apple players. So if you're playing on Apple Arcade, definitely don't use that clear biome feature. Yeah, and I think yesterday somebody was confused about the 1v1 UI because they said both snaps would be the same size. And no, that's not the case because snaps have different... Dream snaps have different dimensions, you guys. They have different dimensions. Like, the longer snaps take up more of the space and they actually cause the other snaps to shrink. So what they're doing with the Dreamsnaps UI in this update, it says... both images will occupy the same amount of space. So each image gets half of the scene, half of the voting screen. It's no longer going to be the widescreen monitors take up 2/3 of the voting scene and the other shots take up 1/3 of the voting scene. It's going to be split down the middle. So I think this is going to be, you know, a lot more fair. Yeah, because somebody was like, so I can't remember whose comment it was, but they were like, the patch note says they would be the same size. And no, what it actually says is that they will occupy the same amount of space, which is currently not happening. So the issue here, the reason they're fixing this is because the widescreen shots during voting, if you have a widescreen monitor, they take up way more of the screen, and other snaps are just on the edge. You know, they get pushed out a little bit. So you can still see both of them, but it causes the other snaps to shrink. So now what it's going to do is it's always going to be half and half, which is a lot more fair. I'm looking for the bit about the... Yeah, they took the super vote out of the patch notes. But at least we know it's coming eventually. It might have been bugged. They might have been playtesting it. Might have had some issues. But we'll get it eventually. We'll get it eventually. Yeah, they might have discovered some kind of bug with it. Or maybe what was happening is they did some testing and the super votes weren't counting, which could have been really bad if you think about it. Imagine every super vote just counts as a skip and you have all these really good Dream Snaps basically not getting any votes because people are using their super votes and they're not counting. So since they took the super vote out of the patch notes, I would be willing to bet that they tested it and they were like, uh-oh, this isn't working. Like this is going to hurt people's snap results. So I'm glad they caught whatever the issue was. I'm glad they caught it. But yeah, it looks, I haven't seen anything about it, posted on their socials yet, but yeah, it has been removed from the patch notes. So my guess is, yeah, if it's been removed from the patch notes, it's probably not going to come out this update. Maybe it'll be next update, but they might have found an issue with it. And like I said, if the super vote wasn't counting as a vote, that would be a really bad situation for people that put a lot of work into their snap, because that would basically mean people that almost always get a vote, especially when there's two really good snaps, neither of them would get a vote. And that would have been pretty bad. That would have been pretty bad. Yeah, it definitely would have skewed results a lot. So yeah, since the super vote is not in there in the patch notes, my guess is that it has probably been removed due to some kind of bug or issue they encountered with it. There was a blog post with a super vote update. What did they say? I don't have time to go looking for it. Yeah, they said it was removed. It'll come at a later date. Well, yeah. I mean, that we can figure that out just by looking at the patch notes. It's been removed from the patch notes, so that means it's not coming in this update. We don't need a blog to tell us that. We don't need a post or a blog to tell us that. That's obvious. It's the why that we're theorizing on. And since it has been removed, that means it wasn't ready. That means there was some kind of issue. There was something happening that wasn't working right. And they discovered it, thank goodness, because if they didn't discover it and then that new feature rolled out, it could have been really bad. It could have been really bad. So yeah, but they have some kind of reason. They got to have some kind of reason. Scott, can I say how much I appreciate their Facebook was telling us about this today, like the communication? Yeah, it's nice when they chat with us. All right. Well, we gotta dive right into the snap results because we're gonna try not to be here till almost midnight again because I gotta get up pretty early tomorrow. So we have a few primary reviews that came in after the stream. Creeping, Dory, Fim, Dreamy Luna, Birdie, Yvette, Mama Trav, Krellick, Kirsty, and Ems. So first up, we got Creeping. Let's go ahead and take a look at your snap here. Okay, very nice, Creeping, very nice. So we have our Fabled Relic here. We have a great jungle temple. Lots of greenery. I love the lush greenery in the corners here. And the Summer Scrooge is really fun. Donald over here. And then you have your Untold Lurking Creatures. You got everything. This checks all the boxes. Great outfit, great presentation, great lighting. No recommendations here. I think this is very strong, very likely for 4K. Great job, great job. If you did want to, if you set your light bloom to 1%, it'll make this glow a little less bold, but that's if you want to. You don't really have to do that. Dory is next. Sorry I forgot the photos on Monday. I do know some changes to make after watching, i.e. the Gray Stony Path. Thank you again. I appreciate all you do. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. So you're going with this little television thing. Okay. The little TV, I think, might be a little risky because since this is like an ancient, long forgotten, location, old tech, it might be playing up the joke factor, like the comedy factor, like this is a fabled relic, like these old box TVs, which is pretty funny. But, there's always a little bit of a risk going with humor, as opposed to, like, the very defined theme. It relies on voters being swayed by humor versus swayed by theme. So there's a lot of voters out there that are going to see something like this, and they're going to be like, oh, it's the Holy Grail. Like, that's cool. Very Indiana Jones. Very, the theme's very strong, and they'll like that more. And, then there will have some voters that'll get the comedy here. Now, on your other one, you feature the Golden Cornucopia, which I think is also a good option. I would get rid of, like, the rusty trash can. Get rid of the modern stuff. Like, this scene, you know, you have these ancient, like, wood, like, stone carvings. You have the ancient stony jungle walls. You have the vines, right? Like, this is a long-lost realm, like, deep in the jungle. So you're probably not going to see ironwork like some old trash cans and old park benches. I think the scene would look better without them. And yeah, you could go with either this one where you play up the comedy factor, or you can go with this one where you play up like the golden cornucopia here. And I do love the outfit. I love the map and the backpack. I think that's really nice. I think it did a great job with the avatar design here. My only recommendation here would be to reconsider the, like the more modern, rusted out items. And the other thing too is I would always consider how strong the sunset lighting is. It's very common in 4K, so you don't have to do it this week, but when it comes to using the sunset lighting, at first it looks a little darker, right? Like this is how it looks. In order to make the most of sunset lighting, you want to adjust your features a bit. So what we're going to do, we already got focus to 2%. We're going to boost saturation to 0.3, and then we're going to boost highlight to about 0.4, which makes that glow in the door brighter. So we're going to set light bloom to 1% there. So now we have very vibrant, very warm light, and a lot of great color saturation. So the sunset time of day is just very, very strong. And it's very, very common in the 4K range. So again, you know, you can look at a lot of our top performers. You can look at players like Beyblade. You can look at players like Mama Dukes. You can look at players like DreGG or Bobs or many of these others that are very good at getting 4K. And like almost all of their snaps are using this same lighting, this sunset time of day. It is used very commonly in real-world photography. It's referred to as the golden hour. So the daytime lighting, on the other hand, actually kind of whitewashes your scene. It makes the sky a paler blue. It makes your lights a paler, or your greens a paler green. So just be wary of that. I would just say be aware of how strong and how favorable the sunset time of day is in Dreamsnap challenges. Fim says, Hola, Senpai, only had time for one review this week. But I always say one review is better than none. Thanks, dude. You're welcome, Fim. You're welcome. Very good job here. Very good job. I like, you got your untold creature lurking. Some great, very thick plant life around the jungle here. Good sunset lighting. Donald right here in the foreground. Some more creatures lurking. Very good. Very good. If you want to, you could put like some kind of round motif in here. That could look pretty cool. Now, you might, for that to really work, you might need to be a little closer. Like mine's a little closer here. So if I were to add a little motif to it, it can look pretty neat. It might not work for yours, though, because yours is a little further away than mine. But I can get this, like, blue silhouette kind of around this item here, which looks really cool. But that's because mine is up close, so it might not work on yours. Aside from that, everything is looking really good here. Everything's looking really good. Lighting is strong, outfit's strong, good villager positions. Yeah, I think you're looking pretty good for 4K with this Fim. Well done, well done. Keep in mind, we are also on the back end of an update, which this can sometimes be the toughest week to get 4K, by the way, you guys. We didn't, like, if you look at Beachy Bliss, the last challenge we had of the last update, you usually have way less voters. And sometimes not enough voters, but hopefully now that there's unlimited skips, there's still going to be enough people, enjoying the voting process. Dreamy Luna said I didn't get a chance to submit before Monday. Leaning into Mummy Returns. Jumanji vibes. All any tips you have? First shot is Pluto pose with no motif. Second shot is Cobra pose with motifs. I don't have R2-D2. I really wanted to add a spider cobwebs, but I couldn't find anything like that. I never used motifs, so I wanted to try using them. All right, all right. So we have this one here, and we have this one here. So you have this little motif here. I think if you were to move him a little bit more right, you can get both feet on the rock. So it looks like he's standing on the rock because right now he's kind of floating there. That's the tricky thing with sticker motifs. They can be kind of hard to get, to look natural. There's many motifs in the game that are designed to work well with snaps too. Now with the Pluto pose, let me show you something, Dreamy Luna. Let me show you something. There's really good ways to use it. And also, Dreamy Luna, as we've discussed, you want to try to be close to the camera if you can. So with the Pluto pose, I'm going to be this close, where I'm like right up on the camera, okay? And then I'm going to turn to the right about 45 degrees. And then I'll do the Pluto pose. And I paused it here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to hide Pluto. And we're going to unpause. And we're going to pause again when she looks surprised. So keep in mind, you're not just finding a relic. You're not just finding a random treasure. You're finding a fabled relic. Yeah! There's great ways to do some storytelling with this. If you were to actually find a fabled relic, what kind of expression would you make? Would you just have like a little smile on your face, or would you have a look of shock? This is a great opportunity to tell a story. It's a great opportunity to show the voters, hey, this is a fabled relic. Like, my avatar can't believe they found such a thing. So if you pause the Pluto pose at the right point, you're actually going to get this look of surprise. And just because you're using the Pluto pose doesn't mean you need to be really far away. If you look in the 4K range, we did this yesterday. If you look at snaps that are consistently doing really well and getting 4K, you're going to see a lot of snaps where the avatar is featured very prominently. Like Fim has here, right? And the villagers are featured very prominently because it's easier for the voters to see. And a lot of people vote fast and they don't enlarge snaps. So, you've been getting reviews for a while. We consistently talk about the Dreamsnaps meta. We talk about being close to the avatar when possible. And also, we've talked about this Pluto pose. And in this one, you're just kind of closing your eyes and your hands are out. It doesn't look quite like you're reaching for the vase. So there are some ways you can make this a little bit stronger. And also, Scar is right up on you instead of kind of lurking. I would have him a little bit further back. But the scene itself, everything's looking pretty good here. The plants, the decor, the detail, and the lighting all look good. Birdie. This is one of my all-time favorite movies. Really hoping they add Mad Mim to the game. First shot I submitted. And second looks more like the owl is looking at the relic. So I wasn't completely certain. I did try to get both squirrels and the owl to show up. They were rarely in frame at the same time. Also very tricky getting close to the R2-D2 pose behind this relic. Any adjustments you think this shot might benefit from or changes you think I should make? As always, thank you for your time and insight. Okay, let's take a look. So we have this one here and this one here. So in this one, you got the owl kind of looking at it. Well, I like the sword and the stone vibe. You got lots of plants here. I do think, maybe a little bit more plant life kind of popping up at the base of the scene could be good to make it seem even more overgrown rather than just on the edges here. I like the details of the pocket items, the little mossy rocks here. That's cool. And the pebbles in the back. Is Tramp your untold creature lurking? If I were you, I would use something a little bit more menacing or threatening. Like a dog with a collar on doesn't seem like quite the thing that would be lurking deep in a long-lost realm, right? Because he has a collar, he's clearly knows humans. We're in a long-lost realm, deep in the woods, finding these fabled relics. You have this nice foggy doorway here. You could always have Beast standing in here, just his silhouette, like lurking in the background. We don't need to see him. We don't need... Just his outline would deliver that risk factor or that danger element to this adventure a lot better than I think Tramp would. And I wouldn't... Don't put too much value. I saw when you posted this, you were talking about it was hard to get the squirrels and the owl all in the scene. Look, don't put too much time and don't sink too much time into getting all your companions absolutely perfect. focus on villagers, because with villagers, you can place them exactly where you need them. You can have them pose exactly how you want them. If you took all the time that you spend waiting for the pets to walk in the exact right spots, well, you could add more lush details to the foreground. You can incorporate villagers in some good ways. There's some really awesome things you can do with that time. Companions and pets are cool if you can feature them, but if it's taken a while to get all of them to like walk into frame, I wouldn't worry about it too much. And don't forget, you can use companion toys like the Pixar ball. You can use the little dog bowl. There's items you can use to get your companions to come up to certain areas. You can put these items slightly outside of your frame. Like in Legendary Moments, that's how I have the Cerberus puppy right here. I have the Pixar companion ball right outside of my foreground. He comes up and plays with it, and then I snap my photo. But I was only doing just one companion, instead of worrying about having multiple. Yvette is next. Yvette says, thank you for your help. Okay, very good, very good. I do like this as the Fabled relic. This little pyramid, little crystal pyramid's very cool. I love the detail in the scene with the statue in the back. If you have the floating fairy bubbles, you wouldn't be able to put one right here because I think you have the vines right here in the plants. But I've seen a lot of people put those craftable floating bubbles from Storybook Veil, like in the hands of this guy, and then put like a shiny Ever Gem inside of it or a time core. That could be really cool if you want to add an extra detail, but you don't really need one. You got some great villager presence in the back. Great look for the avatar, very adventurous. If you happen to have Safari Donald, this is the perfect setting for him. And you can always put him right here next to you. Very excited to find this relic as well. That could be a great element of storytelling. And the good thing is he's a little shorter, so he's not going to cover too much of your temple. He'll cover a little bit of the ground, but I like the details with the ropes and the lanterns, and you got these nice waterfalls on the side. Some really good colors at play here. Overall, very strong, Yvette, very strong. Great job with the foreground with a little butterfly pond here and the grass on the side. You filled out your corners really well. And I love all the crumbling stone and detail you have on the path. So yeah, looking really good, looking really good. Mama Trav says, thanks, I've been a lurker for a few months and I've learned so much from you. Started getting 1,500 to 2,500 moonies and now getting 4K around half the time. New subscriber, so this is my first review. Looking forward to your feedback on this one. Thank you for all your advice. Nice. Well, congratulations, my friend. Very happy to hear that you've been getting some good results, Mama Trav. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. Keep up the great work. So great destination here. Going to Eternity Isle and having these big waterfalls and this giant temple in the back is very, very cool. And it looks like your Fabled relic here would be this kind of ball of light. I do like the way your pose interacts with it. I think that's pretty fun. And it looks like Flynn over here is like, oh, I also found this scroll, so that's cool. You have your untold creatures lurking, so... And your crawling plants. You got a lot of plant life everywhere. So, you've checked all the boxes, which is good. Now, for the Fabled relic... I like the motif. I think this is fun, and I think, what matters is that you're highlighting an interaction with the Fabled relic. Though, will every voter really get that this is the relic? There's other items you can interact with that I think are just a lot more obvious for some people, like, these goblets and such. Ever gems, they don't look like a very natural thing. There's things like these cornucopias. There's a lot of items that I think can be even more apparent, like we see people do like the sword and the stone for these medieval builds. So there's a lot of relics that are, very standoutish, if you will. I do really love the concept that you have here. I think the pose, the sunbird pose with the orb floating over your hand is a really great idea. Maybe if there's another motif we can put inside of the ball so it looks like a solid item as well. Like, you can take another circular item, make the ball a little larger, and then put, like, here, let's try this. Let's try this. Have you thought about maybe something like that? That way, there's a clear, like, solid item. Oh my gosh. Why do I keep getting cold? That way, there's a clear, solid item involved. And then you can still have the light. But this could work. This could work for you. You know, you can have this little ball, inside of the glowing orb. And then you'll have like a solid item, and it'll look like kind of like a crystal ball. And it does look pretty good layered over that yellow one. So yeah, you can always combine multiple motifs if you wanted to. You can always combine more than one motif if you wanted. But this could be fun. This could be a fun way to take what you have already with a very small change and show a solid, tangible item floating in your hand rather than just the light. That way we can see your relic as, okay, this relic is this, crystal orb with the flower inside, giving off this light. That way we can see what's giving off the light. Could be really fun. And you don't have to use that particular motifs. There's other ones you can use that could be really good. Relic is next. Hi, Zip, I didn't get a chance to work on my snap until after the review cut off. These are all similar, but with slight color and position tweaks. Like always, appreciate the feedback. Okay. Very pretty colors here. Very pretty colors. And then we have your relic here. We have a lot of the Ancient's Landing stuff. My only concern here is, if you look at the way most voters have interpreted the theme this week, if you look at a lot of the submissions, like in Dreamer's Portal, or if you look at the submissions here that we reviewed yesterday, or the various ones in our Discord server, you're going to see most people are, since the challenge says get adventurous, and since we're traveling to these long lost realms, so these realms are like deep in the jungle or deep in the wilderness, and we're traveling to them on an adventure to find these fabled relics. People that are dressing as adventurers, they make a lot more sense with this theme. Now, your approach to designing your avatar was to make her, basically give her a style that plays with the color of the environment. And other people have done this with that new purple dress, but I do think there's a little bit of a risk involved there. And the reason why is, you got to think about it this way. If all of these people, right, if all these different, these are your voters, by the way, these are your voters. So all these different snaps you're seeing in Dreamer's Portal, all these different snaps you're seeing here, all these different snaps you're seeing in Discord, on Facebook, in the Dreamsnap Hub, all these takes on the challenge. If everyone is dressing as an adventurer, isn't it safe to assume that that's what they feel is appropriate? Isn't it safe to assume that that's how they interpret the theme? If they all interpret the theme that way, and that is how the theme is written too, it's not just their interpretation, we see it when we look at the challenge itself. So if we go to the challenge, it says get adventurous. That's the first comment. And then we see in these example scenes 3 adventurous styles. There's your explorers on the left and right, and then there's your Renaissance or medieval style in the middle. So some people did pirate explorers, some people did your regular explorer archetype like we see on the left. Some people did knights with the Renaissance explorers. But when it comes to these adventurous styles, this is very outside of that. Like, your character doesn't look like she just traveled to this long-lost realm. She looks like she might just live here, because she's styled to match the environment. She doesn't look really equipped for adventure, whereas a lot of people have a backpack with a map sticking out. They're choosing outfit options that match the theme. You're choosing outfit options that match the colors. This would work really well if it were last week's challenge. If we were doing a challenge about water and you want to wear a water outfit, but this challenge is all about adventure. All that said, it's really pretty. It's really pretty, so it could definitely still get 4K. My only concern is, hypothetically, let's say you pop up against stuff like this. And since most people are dressing as adventurers, they would be more likely to vote for the other adventurers. Now, if your snap is more beautiful than your opponent's, that might not matter. And it is very beautiful, so that's why I think it still has a good shot at 4K. But if it does pop up against a snap that's equally beautiful, like this one, for example, I would say this is equally beautiful compared to yours. And I would choose this one if I had to pick between the two, because this one delivers the theme even better. They even have the untold creatures lurking, which is something you do not have. So not only did they incorporate the theme into their outfit and character design, they also added all the different elements of the description, which you did not. So as for me, I'm a picky voter. I vote very theme heavy. Now, not everybody votes like me, but a lot of people do. And if you do get unlucky, you can end up with these types of voters, and you can also end up against somebody that is doing everything the theme said, that is presenting their avatar in an adventurous style, and it could cost you some votes. So just be aware of that. Very pretty snap, but anytime you're submitting for review, just always be aware my reviews are extremely theme-centric. The other things we focus on are lighting, composition, which you nailed all that. This is really good for a nighttime shot. Great character lighting, good highlight, good saturation. It's very beautiful. Good moon presence here. So a lot of things very, very, very strong here, which is why you have a good shot at 4K. But, you know, I feel like and between your submissions, I would definitely stick with the one you currently have. But I do think you could style your avatar to be an adventurer and still play up these colors. There's like a Lara Croft style tube top situation that has like a nice blue to it that you can wear. And there's, you know, different adventurer gear that you can equip as well, so it feels like you're an adventurer. With the crystal earrings and the crystal necklace and the oceany dress, like I said, it feels like you're in your element. You know, it feels like you're here where you reside instead of in a long-lost realm, so to say. Like, you don't feel like you're traveling into here. Kirsty, I've struggled with this one, so this is the best last-minute attempt. Thank you for your advice. Okay, so we have this one, and this one. Well, I would say these two are much better, Kirsty, but you really want to avoid giant trees at the front of your scene. Notice how in this scene here, right, in this example scene, I want you to look at where all my trees are. There's none here. There's none up at the front. Why is that? Why? Did I forget them? Did I just make a mistake? No, of course not. Not that I am incapable of making mistakes. We can all make mistakes. But there's a very defined reason why the trees aren't here. And you'll see the same thing in a lot of high-end dream snaps. The reason why is because we have the sun behind the camera, and we don't want to make a lot of shadows, and we don't want to obstruct visibility into our scene. We want to make sure you can see what's going on. We want to impress the voter with how we've decorated. If we put large elements in our foreground, all we're doing really is obstructing the scene. We're not really adding much value. So going back to your submission here, this big tree is obstructing a good bit. And you could have small plants here instead growing alongside the vines. You can have the little eternal bushes. There's all kinds of things you can have down here. There's also different backpacks. I wouldn't wear this one. This feels like a school backpack. I would just go no backpack if you don't have a more adventure style backpack. I would just leave this one off. And then, you know, you have, keep in mind, these are jungle walls, right? This is a jungle arch. This is a jungle wall. These are more like jungle vines. But you're using like pine trees and cypress trees. So it's not, you know, you said this is my last minute attempt. I want to be very clear on something. It's not about time. You don't need a whole bunch of time to be on theme or to make a great snap. You just need to think. You need to put your thought into it, right? So something like this isn't going to take an age to create. This can be done very quickly. But notice how they're using jungle vines. They're using jungle leaves. They're using jungle trees. They're using these jungle ombre bushes. They're using these jungle ferns. They're using this tropical plant. they are using landscaping items that fit the environment. They're using landscaping items that match these vines, that match this setting. You can do the same thing. You can do the same thing here. You just want to be considerate of the style of items you're using. You already have some really good stuff for this challenge. You have the new crawling vines. You have the new jungle wall set. You can really make the most out of them. If you were to open up your scene a little bit, get rid of this big tree, and instead play up small landscaping decor. And then in the background, instead of these like birch trees and these cypress trees, I would go jungle because this is a jungle wall, jungle setting. Most importantly, you do have your Fabled relic featured here, which is great. I don't know if you have Flynn or Safari Donald, but, you know, Jasmine's not really dressed as an adventure type. That's why we see so many people using other villagers, because other ones make a lot of sense with these scenes. You know, they're using villagers in styles and dream styles that work really well for these environments. You know, a couple of the best villagers you're going to see for some of these jungle scenes would, of course, be Flynn, because he's dressed as a rogue. A rogue would make a lot of sense in an adventuring party. And Safari Donald. Whereas, you know, with Jasmine, she's not really dressed for an adventure. She's more of a palace princess, right? So yeah, final thoughts here. I would definitely go with this one as opposed to this one. You know, the little bits of iron scattered around the lake, the motif, and the fact that you're looking here, your eyes are here, and the sword is back here. It doesn't look like you're looking at the sword. So I wouldn't really worry about this one. I would lean into this one because it actually looks like you're interacting with your relic. But if you were to open up this space and, you know, get rid of this big tree here, keep in mind, you know, when you put a big tree right at the front of your scene, what's it going to do? It's going to cast shadows all over your scene. That's what we see back here. That's why we don't put large items in the foreground, unless you can position your sun in a really unique way, or unless you want the shadows. Ems is next. Say some bye. It's been about 2.5 months since I've done a Dreamsnap submitted for a review. I'm feeling a bit rusty. I didn't intend to do a night scene, but I made a big oopsie and didn't properly check the sun before I started building and settled for nighttime a day instead of starting over. Well, here's the fun thing, Ems. I know it's been a while, so you might not know this, but we've had some really good changes in the game. You don't have to start over anymore. So if you find that your snap, for whatever reason, is not facing the sun or it's not in a good spot, here's what you can do. You can now go to Group Select, and you can select a big chunk of your build and save it as a preset. So we're going to save this as front of snap. Right? Now we saved it. Now if we needed to move it, we could just move this whole section. Now, unfortunately, this will not select everything, Ems. This will not select everything. So you're going to have to break it into different chunks. You're going to have to break it into a few chunks. So you'll save, like, the front left, the front right, then the back left and back right. But once you save those presets, you can just delete the build and then replace the build instantly facing the sun. So if you really, if you really want that good sunset time of day, you can definitely still have it. That said, your lighting does look good here. You know, you got your character lighting turned up. I would probably boost highlight a little bit more and maybe saturation as well. But yeah, this would be even stronger, I think, if you did have that nice sunset lighting. So if you do want to, like I said, you can group select, you can save presets, and then you can move the entire thing, which is such a lifesaver. And I know you've taken a couple of months off, so you might not know about this new feature, so I just wanted to inform you of that. You can also put some kind of motif here just to give some kind of solid presence to your artifact. That could be good as well. Moving on to secondaries. All right. Great job, primaries. Great job. Saw some really strong snaps there. Now let's get your secondary reviews. We're going to try to move pretty fast today because we have a lot to cover. DreamGG is up first. Pick old and then new. Suggest adding an untold creature lurking. My changes amount of villagers. Let me know if it's too much. Okay. So this was the original. This is the new. Well, it's about the same amount. Oh, you changed a lot in this one. You changed a lot here. I actually really like this one with Gaston being like, no, I want the relic. And then you have Beast lurking back here, and he's scaring Pumbaa, and Pumbaa's like jumping like, oh my god, what is that? And you have Scar lurking on the side. This one's super fun. I do like that your original was like really magical with like the reflection of China Temple and the magnolias everywhere. But I also really like the dense jungle vibe of this one, all the lush greenery, and I really like the villagers here. I'll be honest with you, Dree, I think these are both definitely 4K submissions. They both check all the boxes, and I like both of them for, you know, different things. I really like the Eastern style of this one, you know, with Mulan present, and I really like this one that's more of a jungle-centric scene. My advice is to go with your heart here. I think these are both very, very strong options. You did a fantastic job. The only advice really was to add these untold creatures lurking. I do think this one tells that story in a really fun way. And like I said, I really like Gaston here. You know, he looks like somebody that would be on the adventure just to take the relic for himself. And Flynn still is like, I don't want anything to do with it. Scar is like, you know, it'll be mine. He wants to get you guys, and then you have this interaction. So much good storytelling here. I really like this. Excellent work. Absolutely excellent work. Glitter Elk here says, first photo is the original. I'd already improved some backlighting to my highlight and my relic a bit. As per your advice, I also included a snap with Nala as the lurking creature. Honestly, I didn't think about including villagers, the creature first. Yeah, it works really well. You know, having, like, Beast, Scar, you know... If you can, you know, Nala can work. I will say, though, the only issue with Nala, I would go... Nala doesn't really look like she's lurking. That's the thing, right, with Nala. She looks so happy to see you. The way the challenge is worded, the way they've worded it, walls breathe, plants crawl, and untold creatures lurk. They're giving the description a bit of a danger element because it's an adventure, and every good adventure has some sense of danger. I think you would be better off using Scar here for that purpose. Scar will actually lurk. He'll actually be creeping. So let's look at a snap we just reviewed. Let's go back here. Look at Scar. Look at his menacing expression. Like he wants to take the relic for himself. He's lurking in the brush. Perfect description of the challenge here. So, you could use Nala. I think it's better than not having a creature at all, but she just looks so happy, dude. She looks so happy. The danger factor or element to this adventure is just gone with Nala's happy little grass crown and her happy little smile. For the untold creature lurking, I would try to have a bit of a threat factor because it's really good as a storytelling angle. And, you know, the other thing we discussed is, with a lot of snaps, I would just be a little cautious of making it seem like treasure hunt extravaganza. We already had that challenge. That was all about finding treasure. This challenge is about finding a fabled relic. It is about fabled relics. And pretty much everything we see here is golden riches. We have a treasure chest here with necklaces and diamonds. We have a treasure chest here with tons of gold. We have more gold here. We have this little pirate ship here. It looks like a lot of treasure, but nothing really stands out as a relic. Maybe this grail, but it's kind of buried in the back. The competitive play this week, as discussed many times yesterday, the competitive play is going to be featuring a very prominent relic right for everybody to see right at the front of your scene, because a lot of people vote on small screens. A lot of people aren't going to enlarge. They're not going to go hunting for those relics. If one photo has the relic right in front of your face, and the other photo says, "Where's Waldo? Can you find the relic?" It might not go the way you would hope against those 1v1 scenarios. And I would hate for this to get less than it deserves because it's a really pretty scene. So my advice would be, consider Scar as a danger element. And also consider, if, you know, could we pull this treasure back and have a little table here with a grail? You know, what could we do to just make this fabled relic incredibly obvious to your voters? Black Knight is next. Hasten by, I moved the horses down, added a beast in the background. I also removed the sycamore and added some variety to the tree line. I'm pretty happy with it. Just curious if you think there's anything else I should add. First pick's the original. Thank you. Okay, so original here. Yeah, main thing we talked about was the untold creature lurking. You know, we have this, like, pretty unicorn here, but we want, like, a danger element as well. Sword in the stone. Awesome pose and expression here. Merlin creeping in the back. Is she going to get the sword? Very fun, very fun. We had a couple of warriors with us as well. Good adventurer party. Oh, yeah. This checks all the boxes. Beast in his anger pose. You have your untold creature lurking. He's here to protect that sword. We have you. Merritt is not sure how to feel about it. And now we have Merlin with the unicorn. And I like the extra variety in the tree line. Yeah, very solid, Black Knight. No further adjustments here are necessary. I think this is one of the strongest sword in the stone scenes I've come across so far. I think you really knocked it out of the park. Crafty Joe, you said to change the fire to either yellow or green, interact with a relic instead of eggs, have an untold creature lurking, remove the beach chairs. Okay, so for Crafty Joe, you know, she's interacting with these dinosaur eggs, which definitely makes this feel like a long-lost realm if there's dinosaur eggs. So you can keep the eggs in it, but I think it's going to be way more important to interact with the... It's going to be way more important to interact with the relic versus these eggs. And then we talked about the beach chairs here. If we remove these, maybe we can have Scar lurking. We can have our untold creature back here. And these beach chairs look like really cozy and comfortable. We also talked about playing with the fire to make it seem more like a traditional fire since it's part of the campsite here. So now we go to the new one. Okay. So you had a good angle yesterday, Crafty Joe. I wouldn't change all of that. We just want to add the relic in. It also doesn't look quite like you're looking at the relic. So hear me out, right? The angle you have here is good. You got the camera low. You're on the ground with your hiking backpack. You got a little cappy here. We get a good, you know, visible backdrop. Your angle here is really good. We get to see the campsite, everything. We didn't want you to change your entire angle here. Because, you know, we were talking about putting Scar here. That requires the angle to remain the same. What you could have done is just remove, you know, taken these eggs, moved them, you know, just keep maybe one on the side here, and then put a Fabled relic on the ground right here. You can still do this pose. You can still do what you're doing here. You can still keep this angle. We just want you to interact with your relic and make that very obvious to voters. In this new scene, you do have Scar lurking, but now our scene, our backdrop, we see a lot more sky, whereas earlier we didn't. And also, our backdrop drops off at a descending angle on the right-hand side, whereas it does not do that on the left-hand side, which hurts the balance of the photo. It kind of falls off on one end. Also, when you're going to do this trick where you're interacting with your relic, you need to make sure it's lined up properly. You see how you have this item more towards the front and you're more towards the back? It's not a very convincing illusion. You got to be able to look at it and say, does this look like I'm looking at the relic, or does it look like I'm looking beside the relic? Right now, it looks like you're looking behind it. So what you can do is just take this pillar and move it back, or you can take your avatar and move her closer. But what would also work is, like I said, you can keep the same good angle you have here. You can have your relic on the ground. You know, you can have your little relic on the ground, and then you can have Scar here. You can keep a lot of the things that you had going on. You don't have to use this golden sun ball as your relic. You don't have to use this post to hold the relic. You could put the relic right here. But if you are going to interact with the post, try to make sure you get the alignment right so it really looks like you're interacting with it. Zombie is next. Hey, Zabai. In my starters, you mentioned it seems like it's occupied area and too clean. Seems like it's not that ancient, and I added some untold creatures. The original in the comments, and these are my revamps. Let me know what you think. Thank you as always. All right, so this was... Wait, is this the original? I think, yeah. I think so. Ooh, yeah, I really like the new... Oh, man, that's awesome. So, when we reviewed zombies, the main thing we talked about is like with these banners here, these really clean, well-kept banners, these really clean tents, and, you know, the really clean, like, prints throne set back here. It's just, it doesn't feel like a long-lost realm. It feels very occupied. You know, we have, like, it's very clean and tidy for something that's been lost to the ages. now, yeah, this is killing it. This is awesome. You've replaced those really clean banners. You kept the tent back here, or you kept the throne seat back here, but you've covered it really well. So we still get like the throne, but we get like all this stuff kind of layered over it. And now you have these really good crumbling columns here, which really adds to that long lost feel. You have this like very weathered tree on the side. You have these crumbling walls in the backdrop. And you have a lot of untold creatures lurking. We have Scar lurking back here. We have Mike here. We have Hades here. Jungle vines growing through the ground. Yeah, I really like the revamp here. This is really nice. I also like the jungle lamp kind of coming up here on the side. And we have your Fabled Relic featured right at the front. Really good Firefly presence here. I think you really captured a part of the challenge that's not as present in other snaps, which is the hidden magic. You know, we're supposed to tell stories of long-lost realms and hidden magic. You got a lot of hidden magic here, you know? Like we have the blue swirls from the brooms. We have the smoke in the back. We have the fireflies, the hanging lanterns. A lot of good magic. So, yeah, I think this is a very positive change and direction for your snap. My main concern here was with this one, you know, it features the most important thing being that Fabled Relic, and you really come off as an adventurer seeking out the relic. But the risk here is that, compared to other snaps, it doesn't quite feel like a long-lost realm. It feels like a magical realm, but not one that's lost to time. Now, with the addition of these pillars, and with the heavier abundance of flora, this is really feeling long-lost. I really like the way you've kind of kept the original magical quality of your snap while also making the theme a bit bolder. Really, really good job, my friend. Love your work here. Jen, thank you for the big 275. Let's go, let's go. Y'all drop some love in the chat for Jen. Also drop some love in the chat for Anonymous coming in with the very generous $50 donor earlier. They said it was for my Moonstone bundle tomorrow, so thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we got to get that new Moonstone bundle. But right now, I'm actually looking pretty good on Moonstones because I got the Cozy Edition for Switch, which came with a lot of Moonies, but I'll probably get it anyway. I'm about to have a lot of Moonstones stacked up because I'm probably not buying the new Castle bundle, guys. I'm probably not going to get it. I don't know how you guys feel about that new castle. It's just not for me. It's very pastel. Hey, Bobs, thank you, my friend. Bobs with the 5 gifted subs. Y'all drop some love for Bobs here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Another 5 gifted subs going out. If you guys keep gifting subs like this, we are going to have like an endless amount of Dreamsnaps to review. I want you to know that. I do appreciate it, though. You know, keep it up. I love it. I love it. I'm here for it. But I was looking yesterday. Yesterday, we had like, there were so many people like, hey, somebody, this is my first review. I'm sure some of them became supporters on their own, but I'm also very sure many of them were from you guys. I'm sure many of them were from you guys. Sibby Martin says, I love the new castle skin. Sir Turk says, I'm also not feeling the pastels. Jennifer says, not 100% sure about the colors. Yeah, as mentioned when we saw the reveal, I definitely think there are people out there that are going to like it. Like, it's not, you know, it's not for me, but that doesn't mean it's not for you, right? Like, some of you guys, I think, are going to enjoy the new castle skin. But if you're familiar with my valley, we're going to take a quick hiatus from Snap Reviews for 1 second. If you know, have watched me for a while, if you're familiar with my valley and how I create things, I have a very, very, very Mulan-centric valley. Like, my whole valley is Eastern themed. So there's a lot of cherry blossoms and bamboo and magnolias and the wandering moon houses and the garden temples and the gongs and the red lanterns. Everything is like, you know, we have the Zen walls. We have the Reflection of China temple. We have the turning red house over here. Everything is very Mulan-centric. So now that I have a cherry blossom castle, the new castle just wouldn't look right here. It's just not going to look good. This is perfect. This is my dream castle. It's literally called the Dream Castle too, which is kind of funny. But this is literally my dream castle. You know, like this is, I don't know if I will ever buy another castle skin. I just don't know. I mean, I like the holiday ones, you know, like when it's like Halloween, you know, I can throw on the Halloween one or whatever. And I can put more pumpkins out. You know, I usually do a little bit of decorating for the holidays. And then when it's winter, I can throw the winter one on. But I have these 3. And, like, I just don't really think unless they do another holiday one. But the pastel one just isn't going to look right in my valley. And this is my favorite castle ever, you know. I just don't... Oh, we got a hype train. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I just don't see myself really needing a different castle skin. And what I do like about the new castle is it does have floating hot air balloons around it, which I think is a really neat feature. I think that's a really neat feature, so I think it could be cool backdrop for Dreamsnaps potentially. But I don't really like the new Scrooge shop skin. I don't really like the new Shea Remy skin. I don't really like the new castle skin. For the first time ever, I'm probably gonna pass. Oh my god, bro. Now Bell B coming in with the 5 gifted as well. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Gamer Mom with the 25 bits as well. Thank you, thank you. Oh, by the way, you guys, before we get back to snack reviews, you know what I just realized today? Because I've been so busy reviewing snaps, and I just haven't had time to do this new event. I realized today that you only get to do 1 of these a day. So, it's the last day. I'm not going to be able to get any of these motifs, bro. I'm not going to get any of these. So, I tried to do it today. I tried to do it this morning. Because, I mean, but, you know, at least, if I'm going to miss out on anything, at least it's just motifs. I don't even like these motifs. I don't like using sticker motifs in my Dream Snaps, so, like, whatever. If it was decor, I would be pretty upset. I'd be like, I can't believe I did that. But considering it's just like a bunch of cartoony motifs, like, and also a new picture frame, like, oh, a picture frame. You know, it'll come back next year. I'll do it next year. But I just realized that today. If I would have read this, I would have, you know, because it says, make sure you unlock all these villagers, and remember that only 1 of these quests will spawn per day. And I was like, oh, so I guess I can't just do it all on the last day like normal, huh? Oh, well. Tree said, oh my god, I can't save the castle skin. Wait, what do you mean you can't pin it? Can you not pin it? Oh, yeah, isn't that right now? Was that in the shop right now? The castle skin? Yeah, I don't know if the seasonal bundles can't be pinned. Yeah, these can't be pinned. 8K to buy or not to buy? That's a good question. That's a good question, Dree. It depends on your valley, my friend. It depends on your valley. So, if I were you, if this is your vibe, if you vibe with cherry blossoms, this is definitely worth having. And who knows when it'll come back. You know, it's not like the regular premium shop stuff that you can pin, that, you know, that show up in your recommended. That's the tricky thing. Like, if we look at the recommended tab, right? Anything you pass on has a chance of just showing up here. But that never applies to these seasonal bundles. So if you can't pin it. And if you don't get it, it's not just going to show up in your recommended. You're going to have to wait. And who knows? These seasonal bundles, I'm sure they'll bring them back eventually, but it might be a year, might be 2. So if you got bad FOMO, I will say out of all the seasonal bundles they've ever done, this one is the best. And it also has some really good decor. Like this right here, the swirling petals. These are so good for Dream Snaps. Like, these are so good for Dream Snaps. And it's got our first ever multiplayer portal, which also has a petal animation. I hate, and I mean hate, the regular multiplayer portal. And the only reason I dislike it so much is because my valley is not like a futuristic build. I don't have a tech valley. I love tech Dream Snaps, but like the regular multiplayer portal just doesn't feel right no matter where I put it. It's got a Wi-Fi symbol and like these neon orbs. This thing just does not look right anywhere. But for the first time ever, they gave us a skin for this bad boy, and it's the best skin ever. Like, this looks so good. Like, this thing looks so good, dude. Look at that thing. I mean, you'd probably think I worked for Gameloft trying to get you to buy this, but I'm biased, you know. Of course, I think you should get it, because I think it's the best Plaza Center, the best castle, the best Scrooge shop, the best Shea Remy, the best multiplayer portal, and you get this awesome new well skin that you can use throughout the valley. Look at how beautiful this well skin is. I mean, look at that thing. It's so perfect for my valley. Like, it's just so perfect. It's funny, because as soon as they made this, I was like, well, Gameloft, I feel like it would have been a good idea for them to keep this one on the back burner for a couple of years. Because if they did, I probably would have bought all the other castle skins. But now that I have this one, I don't know if I'll ever buy any of the other ones. I don't know if I'll ever buy any of the other ones. Zombie said, I feel like a good noodle for this week's reviews. Well, you did a really good job. You did a really good job, Zombie. You did a great job last week, too. I really liked your snap last week. All right, let's get back to the snaps. Now that I'm done selling you guys stuff. Robbery in Progress is up next. Hey, man, first one is the OG. You suggested one or two of both villagers and creatures, and you didn't specifically say not to do Laura, but you made some good points about her, so I made an extra snap as just a normal adventurer to see what you think. All right, all right. So we have our original here, I believe. And, okay, nice. Now we have our untold creature lurking, Scar lurking up the path. We got Donald here looking really good. And yeah, I do still like the Laura cosplay. Oh, the adventure outfit is also really good. Now, I really like this one because you also have Flynn, and you have Scar, and you have Donald. You have some really good storytelling here. I love Sully's, like, angry expression. He really looks like a jungle monster back here. That's really fun. So, but, you know, out of your current options here, Robbery, I would say this one's definitely the best because of the villagers. But if you really wanted to, you could still do the Lara Croft cosplay. It's totally up to you. I like both of these outfits a lot. It's really going to come down to voters. It does seem to me like the Raya ensemble is a little bit more popular. Why am I cold? It does seem like the Raya ensemble is a little bit more popular, so it might go over even better. And I do really like the hair here and the adventurer look. With the Lara Croft cosplay, you know, it's also kind of about, you know, you anytime you cosplay somebody outside of the Disney universe, you're always running a little bit of a risk. And even when you cosplay somebody inside of the Disney universe, you're always running a small risk that the voter might not get the concept there. But with how well designed the scene is here, you got your saturation looking really good. The colors look really nice. You have good villager presence. I think you're going to be pretty safe for 4K, regardless of which option you choose. So go with your heart. I do think the colors of the Raya ensemble, this bold yellow and, you know, this deep orange on the backpack, I do think this plays really well because it stands out really well from the environment and it works really well with the saturation boost. So I think I like the colors here more, but if you wanted to go with the Lara Croft, you could as well. Both are great options. If you go with this one, you're pretty much done. My only recommendation would be fireflies. I think fireflies could be really cool here. Some fireflies pretty close to the camera, so they go up in the tree line. I wouldn't have them in the sky, but the gold fireflies kind of overlaid against some of these dark greens, like a little bit here, a little bit here, maybe a little here, and maybe a little here. Tasteful. Like a tasteful amount of fireflies, I think, could be really good if you have them. I know not everybody has them, but they could be nice. If you don't have them, don't worry about it. But yeah, I think fireflies in the backdrop could be really strong here. Your saturation is perfect. Your lighting is perfect. You don't have any big items casting shadows into the scene. You've checked every box. You've got your Fabled Relic right at the front. You're looking really good this week, my friend. You're looking really good. I think you're pretty safe. Emily. Hi, Semi. Thank you for the review. You said to focus on the Relic and Lurking Creature element of the Snap description. First, the original submission, and second is the update. All right. So we have the original here. Robbery. Thank you, my friend. Robbery the 100 bits says, thank you so much, mate. Totally agree. And I like the colors of the Rye outfit look more, too. I think Lauren took my bandwidth this week because I forgot the Fireflies. Cheers, pal. No problem, my friend. No problem. There's so many things to consider when it comes to a Dreamsnap challenge. Like when you're putting one together, that's why it's nice to have a second set of eyes, you know? Because, I mean, even I forget stuff all the time. And I can go back and look at my snap and say, oh my God, I forgot to add this or I forgot to add that. So in a way, I review my own snaps. And I am my own harshest critic. Like, you guys think I can be tough on some of y'all sometimes. You should see the way I approach my own work, you know? I literally just like slap myself in the face and be like, get it together, piece of crap. All right. So, the new one came in a little smaller, but everything else is pretty much the same. Now you have a little scroll down here, which is cool. And you've added in this glowing orb as your Fabled Relic, and you have your Untold Lurking Creature. You have Scar back here, and you also we have the Hyena Den. So you've added in the Hyena Den, you've added in Scar, so you have your Untold Creatures lurking. Overall, Emily, I would say it's pretty solid. It has a shot at 4K. My only concern here, Emily, this doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong. This comes down to those 1v1 scenarios. My concern is that there are, when it comes to the current Dreamsnaps meta, like when it comes to what we see performing very, very well in the 4K range, what we see very consistently in the 4K range, and especially what we see in the top 100, top 1000 range, are people finding super creative ways to use these new villager toggles. Now, you did add Scar in, but there's a lot of other snaps where the Fabled Relic is right at the front and the avatar is interacting with it. Voters love storytelling. If your Dreamsnap can tell a story and, you know, there's expressions, think about the story we see here. The avatar is shocked and taken aback by the activation of this Fabled Relic, this magic swirling around. She's pulling away from it. Gaston doesn't think she deserved to find it. He wants it for himself. You can see it on his face. Flynn doesn't want anything to do with it. He doesn't trust it. Tramp is just in disbelief. He's like, wow, look at this thing. It's a shiny ball. Scar wants it for himself for whatever reason. He's lurking. And Beast just scared the hell out of Pumbaa as he came out of this ancient temple. He's the untold... We have two untold creatures lurking. What I'm getting at here, you don't have to do it this week. You don't have to do it this week, Emily. You don't have to do it next week. But if you put this on your radar, I think it could really help to elevate your future submissions. When building your snap, like this week, you don't really have a lot of space for what we're talking about. You know, you have these big waterfalls on the sides. We have plants on the sides. So if you did add a bunch of villagers, they're going to block your background. They're going to clutter the scene. So in order to do this storytelling angle, you kind of have to build for it. You want your foreground very open so you can build that kind of storytelling scene. If you pop up against a snap like that, and there's more of these types of snaps than ever before because of this new villager toggle. It's a lot easier. I'm not going to say very easy. It's now a lot easier to do these storytelling scenes. So you see how in Drees here, they kept their foreground very open. You know, there's like a couple of plants and some vines and a table, but for the most part, they had room for the cast. If you pop up against snaps like this, it's going to be very, very difficult to win the vote against them. because they match you in beauty, but they beat you in storytelling, and voters have proved and shown us just how much that matters. Because when you look in the top 100, you're going to see a lot of really good storytelling snaps. So, lucky for you, these are not very common. Most of what you see in Dreamsnaps voting are random selfies and quest photos. So, these are a bit more rare, but they're getting more common each week. That's why I want you to consider, when you do a Dreamsnap challenge, when it's about Fabled relics and journey, taking an adventure to a temple, ask yourself what kind of story you can tell. Like, what kind of villagers can you use, to really impress the voters, and have fun with that. Have fun with that storytelling angle. Again, not something I would worry about this week. The biggest threat to your snap right now in those 1v1 scenarios, however, would be the snaps that highlight their relic right at the front very prominently, that show their avatar interacting with that relic, and then tell a story with the different villagers and different threats within that environment. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Not every Dreamsnap needs to be that way, though. It kind of depends on theme. So for this week's theme, it's really good for storytelling, right? Fabled relics. We're getting adventurous. We're going on an adventure. So when you think about adventures, you think about an adventuring party. You think about rogues. You think about, Safari Donald. You think about all these threats, these danger elements that are synonymous with adventures. But for a challenge like In Your Element, this one doesn't really need the storytelling elements as much, because it's all about capturing the magic of the elements. Now, if we had elemental villagers, like if we had a little fire wisp, or somebody that was made of water, sure, they would be great to add. But we don't have those. So companions, can play a big role here. But yeah, like in this one, I don't have any villagers, right? There's no villagers here. There's no pets here. It's all about me being in my element. That's what it's all about. Nothing else matters, because that's what the theme is. But this week, for Fabled Relics, it's all about the adventure. And that provides you with a really unique storytelling opportunity. Same thing with Lazy Cozy Day, right? There were really good opportunities here for storytelling. And if you look at some of the top submissions, I haven't looked at the top submissions yet. This is rank 1. Well, that's pretty. It's pretty. Oh, this one's really good. But, we can see here, we see the storytelling elements in all 3 of these submissions. So we look at this one here, and we have the untouched laundry, the avatar sitting down in the chair, relaxing. Also, you know what I find funny, you guys? The whole time we were doing reviews for Lazy Cozy Day, I was like, guys, the seated poses are going to dominate the meta. The seated poses are going to steal the show. I'm telling you now, most of the top snaps are going to be people that are sitting because it's lazy. I'm not psychic, right? But I'm also not wrong. Look at that. They absolutely dominated the meta this week. I was 100% right. And usually when it comes to Dreamsnaps, I have a good idea about what we're going to see performing well. Because I've done every snap challenge, I've gotten a pretty good feel for how voters respond to things at this point. I've spent hundreds of hours of my life pouring through 4K Dreamsnap results. Like looking at thousands and thousands of them and looking at, what keeps getting chosen by the voters. What do they keep gravitating towards? And theme is just one of the biggest things. When you can make the theme super obvious and super clear and combine that with beauty, it's usually a recipe for guaranteed 4K. So what I'm getting at here is when it comes to theme, Emily, you definitely delivered on the theme here. But you can always take it further. And if you can build a story with the theme, if you can tell a story with your snap, it is going to make you even more competitive. So with whatever future challenges we have on the horizon, I would encourage you to always consider those storytelling angles if you can. Again, don't worry about it this week because you don't have a lot of room for that. If you try to jam that in here now, I think it's going to clutter the snap. Yo, Miss Aria, thank you for the resub, my friend. Much appreciated. Welcome back, welcome back. Fallen Angel, I went with the second scene and added 2 creatures lurking by removing the money stacks. Also switch my relic. Okay, so this was yesterday, Fallen Angel. Beautiful scene, beautiful scene. Though, my only little concern here, there were 2. You know, the theme also called for untold creatures lurking. And if we want to be as competitive as possible, we want to include all the different elements of the theme. Sure, there will be... The horse is not here right now, guys.
The horse is here.
Sure, there will be plenty of Dreamsnap submissions that don't include every element of the theme that are in the 4K range. There always are. But it's a great way to be competitive, and including those untold lurking creatures do add a really great storytelling angle. The other thing we were worried about was we don't want this to look too much like Treasure Hunt Extravaganza. That was another challenge we had about finding riches and treasure. So we have all of these gold piles here on the side, and then we have this gemstone. We don't want the voter to say, where's the relic, or is that the relic? We want it to be so obvious that there is a relic in play. Now on this one, it looks like you put the little ball of light in there. I would, my recommendation here would be to consider a solid, a nice solid item to put inside. You know, when I said don't steal my idea, I was just kidding. You guys can definitely steal it. I would say for those of you using the blue orb, I think it's great for a relic. The only problem is that, you know, we can't really see what's, you know, what's inside of the light. Like, what is the relic? So, is the relic the light itself? That might not matter in some cases, but I think since there are so many snaps with a solid relic, like the Evergem. Now, what's nice with the Evergem is it doesn't look like a gemstone or riches. It looks like a really intricately carved ancient piece of something, you know? But for this blue light here, the thing is, it's very popular this week, and a ton of people are using it, and you don't really want it to feel like a bunch of other snaps. So what I encourage you guys here to do is, and you already did this by adding the light orb, but what I would think, or what I would consider, is adding something kind of solid. So it looks like, you know, there's actual floating orb inside of here, right? Like now we have a crystal ball with a flower inside of it. And that's our relic, is this ancient glass ball. And it actually works really well because it glows on the outside and it has like little light reflecting diamonds on the inside. So it looks great here. And I know when I did this on stream, I was really excited. I was like, don't steal my idea. I'm probably going to use this, but I don't know. I might not even use it now. But yeah, if you guys want to use that, you know, by all means, I think it can work really well. There's also things like this, you know, if you want to do the dark orb in there, like that could work. I think the flower one might be a little better. And there's even like a little spacey one if you really wanted. Yeah, I just wouldn't do things like the paw coin or something, you know, I would avoid that. I would try to have it look like a solid, you know, crystal ball or something. But I mean, like, even something like this could be kind of cool just to make it more unique. So, yeah, going back to your snap here. Absolutely phenomenal job adding Beast. Oh, and Jack looks so good. I'm so glad to see somebody finally do it. I was talking about how creepy Jack could look as a silhouette, like just looking like Slender Man in the back of the fog. Look at how creepy he looks back here, dude. The untold creature lurking. He looks really good. He looks really good. Now, if you show Jack, like if we see him outside of the fog, yeah, I don't think it's going to be as scary because you're like, oh, that's just Jack. You know, he's humanoid. But when you see him back here, he looks spidery. Like, you know, since we don't see his face and we just see his hands and his arms and legs, like he looks extra creepy. So you have the untold creatures lurking. You got your artifact here. It doesn't feel like a treasure hunt anymore. It feels like an expedition to find this fabled relic. So I think you did really good with this. My only small minor recommendation here would be, you know, you can consider something fun to put inside of here to make this a tangible artifact or relic, if that makes sense. Or you can just roll like it is. I mean, there's hundreds of snaps that are using this orb this week, but I think putting something that stands out a bit more than the light flare inside of it will probably help you stand out a bit and will give you a nice, solid, tangible item inside of your orb there. Great job with the changes here, Fallen Angel. Absolutely fantastic. You know, I think we've gone from feeling... And I really like how the green plays into your scene here, too. You know, I feel like we've gone from a treasure hunt to Fabled Relics. Very, very well done. You checked all the boxes. Simply on here says, I finally got a chance to watch your review. Thank you so much for the feedback. I went ahead and added Scar lurking in the background and made it seem like I actually had a relic in my hand. Okay, so this was yesterday's. And, okay, now we have this ball of light here. And you also have Scar in the back. Okay. Looks like the newer shot is coming in a little smaller for some reason. But yeah, now we do have Scar in the back here. Oh, that's cool. You put the gold, like, Saturn planet here with the ball of light. That's pretty cool. That's what I meant about making this, you know, instead of just using the light, try to make it something somewhat solid. So now that you have this, like, you know, this golden planet here, I think that helps a lot. Very cool, very cool. And Flynn's like, oh, it's too bright. And Scar's lurking. So yeah, you've checked all the boxes here. My only other recommendation on it, if you wanted to do anything else here, is you do have a lot of open grass. I want you to consider, for detail, we don't want to put anything too big that's going to, like, obstruct your scene. But, like, what about ferns, right? Ferns are going to be really good to fill out some of that grass. What about Venus flytraps? That's a very good jungle-esque, like, tropical kind of item. I mean, after all, we picked these up in the Wild Tingle, right? I wouldn't use anything too tall, like, not like this, because we don't want to obstruct the scene. So I would add some details into your grass, but I would use kind of low-sitting items. That way, you know, if you compile a few items together, we can make it feel a little bit more overgrown. And don't forget about adding, like, the super tall grass here as well. The nice thing about this grass is it can actually clip into other items. So we can have, like, the thorns kind of breaching through the grass here. And, you know, certain things can't go in there. Like, you know, actually the Venus flytrap can. It's the thorns, I think, that are blocking it. But yeah, there's a lot of really fun things you can do here. So if you have any more time to work on your snap, you know, you did a great job capturing your relic here. You have some great storytelling elements. Where I would go from here is just some minor additional details, like in this courtyard. Since this whole place is long lost, and the reason we don't want to use anything too tall is we don't want to block the view of the treasure chest. We don't want to obstruct the view of Scar. So, like, you know, things like ferns and small plants are going to be really good to help detail the inner foyer here. Yeah, very cool, very cool. Wings of a Daydream. Suggestions were reconsider relic presentation and glowing flowers. Dull the flower shine. Not mine. Put down the glow potion. Just stop. Don't use white flower or foreground elements. Don't steal Senpai's motif idea. No, you totally can. I was kidding when I said that. I was just kidding. You're funny, Wings. Like I said, if you want to, Wings, if you really want to, sadly, there just aren't that many good motifs to go inside of this orb that are going to make it solid and, like, tangible. So, you know, I know when I came up with that little idea when we were looking at your snap, I know I was like, yeah, guys, don't steal my idea. But, you know, it like, anything you see here on this stream, any kind of little ideas, feel free to take them and use them. The only thing I ask is that you don't, like, just copy my scene piece for piece, of course. You know, not that you would ever do that. I've only had a issue with that happening a couple of times, and thankfully people, like, found it and reached out, and I was able to talk to the people that did. But yeah, if you want to use this motif here, I do think this is the best motif to go inside of here because it looks the most natural. So, you know. Oh, and another good ground item I just remembered for whoever we were reviewing a second ago. Don't forget about, if you're trying to add details to your ground, don't forget about these grubby logs. You get these from time bending. This is so good for the jungle. You know? I mean, this is a Lion King jungle item right here. So, yeah, this is also very good. Very good item here. Man, I should take my meds. My ADHD is running rampant today. Okay, so Confession time, I fully intended to steal your motif idea, but I don't have that motif. Oh. I probably should have read that first before I told you can totally steal it. Well, Wings, you're welcome. You're welcome to take it. You're welcome. You know, any of these little ideas you see, like I said, you know, you can use them. So here's yesterday's. Okay, nice. So we're pivoting into giving a bit more of a view of the scene here. Oh, I like this one a lot. I think this one might be your best angle here, because it really looks like you're interacting with the item. The only issue is it looks like your hand's going in front of it here, which breaks the illusion that you're kind of behind it. I would try to pivot the avatar a little bit so her fingers stop kind of before getting in front of the orb of light here. But it is pretty close. That's the only thing that kind of breaks the illusion that your hand goes in front of it here. Scar lurking looks phenomenal. I love these like twisted trees. You know, it talked about plants crawling. So these like sentient, like evil looking trees I think are really cool. I think the jungle setting is really good. I love your outfit. Overall, very solid. Like the one we had yesterday, my concern with this one, you know, the white, as we mentioned, in a scene like this, we don't want too much white because it's going to leach color out of the scene overall. And the foreground corners are always really important. And then we also have all this light here at the base from the blue sphere here. So we have all the white here, then we have all this blue light, which is hurting the color. Now, when we look at your new ones, you know, this has phenomenal color. We have these fun scrolls in the foreground here now. And then we have some more relics on the ground. We have the orb here. And then we have this one. Actually, you know what? It's kind of hard to say which one I like the most. I like this one a lot, too. I think this one might be the best one. Yeah, I'd go with this one. Since you're a little further away, doing the Pluto pose here, the illusion is very strong here. And you have the baby tiger, and you have Donald. Whereas in this one, since your hand goes in front of it, the illusion isn't quite as strong. And we also don't have Donald interacting with it. And what I'm really noticing here is the foreground isn't as impressive as it is in the other one. Like the foreground here, we have a blue zircon, and then we have Bird of Paradise and a Venus flytrap. Whereas in your one here, I love the crate with the scrolls over here on the right-hand side. It adds so much warm light and color to this right-hand side. This one also gives us a very, very good presentation of the avatar up close, and the angle in which you're approaching the orb feels convincing. So out of your current submissions, Wings, I would go with this one. And yeah, if you do want to put a motif in there, you can. But what's good for you here is that you actually have another relic here, and you have scrolls here. And we can see the orb table really well, which could be the relic itself. So all of these things work. So you don't really need the motif, but if you have it, you know, you can use it. Delionica, hi Sabai. Funny thing, I submitted the wrong Dreamsnap for primary review. Oh no! But I think the real submission addressed all your concerns. Hey, look at that. Great minds think alike. You already knew. You already knew everything you needed to do. You didn't. What do you even need me for, Delionica? That's awesome. Wings of the 100 bids. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Wings said, thank you so much. You're the best. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe like second best or third best. Changes. Had my avatar wearing pants, included menacing creatures, included a villager in it. It was Flynn. Brought a relic to the front to interact with. And centered the avatar. Thank you again for, and let me know how else I can make this even stronger. Also, I wanted to say that I really do appreciate when you get critical with my work. My best ranking comes after streams. You've critiqued my Dreamsnap. I thrive on feedback in any aspect of my life. Wishing you all the best. I love to hear that, Delionica. I love to hear that. And honestly, you know, that's, I mean, in every aspect of your life, I would be willing to wager that you are quite a successful individual. Because when you're, you know, when you're able to thrive on feedback, you know, nothing bad comes from that, you know? You just always room for growth. So We have our new one here. Very good, very good. I love that you're using the Dragon Incense Burner. I'm actually thinking about using this myself. I used it in one of my example scenes this week, and I just like it because it has this, like, animation with the smoke coming out. And what's really cool about this item, one thing I really enjoy about it, is if you... Let me roll my time back real quick. If you put... You might already have one because it looks pretty bright in your scene. But if you put a Chandelier of the Deep on the other side of it, it gets really pretty because of the way it glows. Looks like I don't have one out. Let me... Yeah, it's in my other build. Let's go to Majesty Magnolias. We'll just take this Jafar off here. Yeah, well, what I wanted to show was that if we put it here, and we put a Chandelier of the Deep close by, it's reflective, so it gets really pretty and shiny, which is pretty fun. I mean, we can go to night to really show the difference here. Like, you see how even at night, it still has this, like, gold gleam to it? It's really cool. And I think that can get even more impactful if you were to move it even closer. Yeah, if you get it, like, right on it. I can tell my graphics are set to low right now. Or medium. Let's see the difference. Let's go ultra high. Yeah, it's a lot sharper. But yeah, I really like the Dragon Incense Burner. I think that's a pretty cool... I think it's a pretty cool relic because it has a nice little animation and, you know, I haven't seen it getting used too much. I'm probably either going to use the Incense Burner or an Ever Gem. I really like both of them. Or I might stick with my orb. I don't know. Depends on how much time I have today. So yeah, great job. You have your Untold Creatures lurking. You got a great shot of your avatar. I love Flynn here. A good backdrop. Some crumbling stone here on the side. Yeah, overall, very solid. I mean, you know, here we have yesterday's. And today's. I do love the addition of the statue here behind Flynn as well. Now, in yesterday's, one thing I did really like was the very abundant, like, vibrant green. In today's, since you have a silhouette around you, and you have the lantern here, and then we have the yellow mist back here, the green doesn't come in quite as much as it did yesterday, which will probably be okay. But I do know for a lot of the snaps out there, there's a lot that just have, like, this really rich abundance of green. I think that's going to look great this week. So, if you wanted to, you could... Well, you can try it both ways. Keep this one saved to your gallery because it's strong and has a great shot for 4K. But what you can also try is a shot without the silhouette of light around the avatar. So that way we can get these rich, vibrant greens. And then you can take the smoke in the background and you can turn that green. And also, if you wanted to, you could even put Beast back here as your Untold Creature lurking, and you could put Safari Donald here on your side to cheer you on. So then, you know, because Scar and Simba for the Untold Creatures lurking are pretty close, and if you have your creature back here in this doorway, it might feel more like they're lurking from a distance. Again, these are not things you have to do. I'm just saying if you have free time tonight and you're like, you know what, I want to play with it a little bit more, see what else I can do with it, you know. Could be fun, could be fun. But yeah, don't delete this one. Make sure whatever you do, if you do play with it anymore, keep this one saved in your gallery because it's very strong. Great job, great job. Mr. Left Shark, I had a feeling this was to be your feedback about the missing relic, so I had an idea, and yes, it might be outside of the box, but I'm willing to take that risk because I really like what I have made, and I'll stand out from the crowd. Let's see what you think. So this was yesterday's. We mostly talked about having that Fabled relic. Left Shark figured I was going to say that. We also talked about the outfit, going for more of an adventurous or an adventure style rather than kind of coming off as if we reside in this place. Interesting. It is very outside of the box. I like that you're playing adventurer. I like that your untold lurking creature is Eeyore. My biggest concern here, though, but you already know it's a risk. My primary concern is I think one thing that could potentially really hold you back here is in last week's challenge, in Lazy Cozy Day, it was like 80% Winnie the Pooh. Like, that's what everybody was seeing was Winnie the Pooh. And when you follow one challenge with something very similar the next week, oftentimes it's not as well received because it could be interpreted as involving last week's challenge. It could be mistaken for a recirculation. So it is really pretty. And I do really like what you did here. And you do know it's risky, so, it's very fun. It's very fun. But there's not much here to communicate to us that this is a long-lost realm. The plants don't really feel like they're crawling. And you do have an untold creature lurking, but it doesn't feel, quite like a danger element. It's more like you guys are playing pretend with Fabled Relics. And also, I guess the Fabled Relic would be the giant honey pod. But that's a guess, and I think that's also kind of tricky. So, I like what you came up with here. But I think if you still have your original, I think this is going to have a much better chance at 4K despite not having that artifact. Because you have this, you do have what feels like a long-lost realm. And you do have an adventurer with you. So, I mean, but if you really love this and you want to see how it does, I say go for it. Follow your heart, follow your heart. You're already aware of the risks. I just want to point out that if you have both of them, I do think this is going to be, I think this could be more competitive, but I think it's going to be a safer choice than the one we have here. This is just going to require your voters to... Voters love simple. They love a snap that's really easy to understand. And I think for this one, you really got to think about it. You really got to think, you got to figure out that they're playing Fabled Relics. They're playing pretend. And they're getting adventurous with their friends. But because of that, they're also imagining that it's a long-lost realm. And they're imagining that there's a Fabled artifact. That's a tall order to expect the voters to do that as well, especially in mass. And especially with the previous challenge being Winnie the Pooh themed. I mean, at the end of the day, though, Left Shark, both of these pictures are absolutely gorgeous. Like, they're both really beautiful scenes. The lighting is perfect. The colors are perfect. The framing is perfect. In terms of composition, these both get an A+. In terms of theme, however, they're both on the risky side, but I think this one would be safer. Jedi Lauren. So I deleted the first setup because I couldn't rework it without a restart. Same wall setup and decor as the one you said you liked best. Changed a few details, added my creepers in the doorway. I'm liking the way, or I'm like way happy with how this one came out. Thank you so much for the advice. Posting just the one picture, one before picture, because that's the one I reworked. Okay, so I think it was this one that got reworked, yeah? Ooh. Yeah, very nice. Well, I really like the enhanced lighting and color here. And yeah, great job with your untold creatures lurking in the back. That looks really good. I also love that you have the swirling tornado, the sand tornadoes in here with the wind rushing by. Adds a really good danger element. We got Flynn, we got Peter Pan in the back. And I love that you've got a lot of plants growing inside of the foyer here. Yeah, it looks like you brought the walls out even more, or you brought yourself down in the new build so we can see more of the scene as well. The backdrop is really nice. The avatar is really strong here. And yeah, if you want to, you could put a fun motif circle in here. If you want to, not something that's absolutely necessary, but I do think it could be really fun. But would also require you to set up your villagers again and time your shot again. So if you're pretty much done, I would roll with this. I think this has a great shot at 4K for sure. Beautiful work, Jedi. Beautiful work. Dreamer added a relic, and Tramp is my adventurer. Scary face between the leaves. Temple behind us. So this was yesterday's. We talked about wanting that Fabled relic. So now we have this one. And you guys are pointing at the relic. We have Tramp here. I don't see your untold creature, though. Not really seeing it. So, an untold creature lurking means it would be, in the back, creeping up on you. Tramp is your adventure buddy. He's here with you. He's not your untold creature lurking. He's not lurking. He's right in front of you. I like that you guys are pointing at the relic. I think this is fun. Moon motif looks good here. I mean, if you have fireflies, you can get some firefly details in the sky here. My only other, word of caution here, Dreamer, you've been doing these reviews for quite a long time. You know what the meta is. You know how well Dreamsnaps that feature the avatar at the front perform. You know how popular this is. You've seen it yourself. So don't worry about it this week, Dreamer, because you got a lot going on. I wouldn't concern myself too much with snaps this week with everything you have going on. But whenever you get back in the hang of things, whenever you get back in the swing of it, I want you to be mindful of a few things, all involving the Dreamsnap meta. You did good with lighting here, so A+ there. So make sure you have the sun behind the camera, just like you do here, but also try to get a bit closer to the avatar, and also try to tell a bit more of a story with your villagers. This is an untold creature lurking. This is very easy to add in if you build for it. This is an untold creature lurking. And he's scaring Pumbaa. We have Gaston over here. He wants to take the relic for himself. Tramp is enamored by it. He's like, wow, this is beautiful. Flynn doesn't want anything to do with it, and the avatar is taken aback by its activation. So every single villager here is kind of telling a story. So whenever you get back in the swing of things, Dreamer, what I would recommend for you to be mindful of is how you communicate each aspect of the theme and how you can tell a story involving the theme. I love the story with you pointing at the relic with the monkey and your little adventure buddy here. But just keep in mind, the challenge also mentioned untold creatures lurking. So, Beast can be really good. Scar can be really good. Don't worry about it this week, though. Just, take your time with what you got going on. Just keep these things in mind when you return to Snaps. Claudia is next. Hi, Sabai. Hope you had a great weekend. I changed my outfit as suggested in the first review, and I added a few villagers and companions. I also increased the glow and the brightness to make it look like something was happening while my character was touching the relic. Oh, that's cool. I love how it turned out. As always, thank you for any suggestions and advice. Okay, so this was yesterday's. Very cool, very cool. I mean, it's a beautiful snap. As we discussed, I do think we will see several snaps in 4K with this outfit, but I think what we will see dominating the meta for the most part are going to be these adventurous outfits. And we already kind of see that because most of the snaps, most of the strongest snaps we're seeing, even though they likely all these players get 4K every week, so they have the Moonstones to get this, and they likely do have it. I have it, but I'm not using it this week. I think we'll definitely get a good challenge for this outfit. I did see one really good snap with this yesterday where they used a lot of purple light and they used a ton of purple butterflies, and it came out really pretty. But it kind of has the same risk that we see with the primary reviews that we kind of saw here. Like, I really think this is a beautiful scene, but the outfit is styled to match the environment. It's not styled to match the theme, right? She doesn't feel like an adventurer. She feels like almost like a water spirit or somebody that resides in this space. But on beauty alone, you can get 4K. It's, you know, it just depends on what kind of voters you get. So snaps like this can definitely still be in 4K. Snaps like Claudia's that we're reviewing right now can definitely still be in 4K. So this one right here, even without changes, I think would still have a great shot at 4K because it's beautiful. And it features the most important thing, which is a Fabled Relic. Now for the new one. Now we have an Adventure and Explorer outfit here. We still have a great interaction with the Relic. Really strong pose here. We also have adorable little baby tiger cub. We have Simma and Nala here. We have our Untold Creature lurking in the mist back here with Beast. Merida looks very excited to see the Relic. So a lot of really good storytelling. Oh, I almost didn't even catch Scar. Look at him lurking over here. Fantastic. So we have Scar lurking on the side as well. Very cool, very cool. Overall, very strong. Beautiful work here. Beautiful work. Like I said, I think on this one, you could potentially, you know, I think this one still had a great shot at 4K for sure. But I do think this is going to be even more on theme. And I think safer. The last thing is, I don't know if you have the bright blue waterfalls, but that might look good in your backdrop here if you can fit those instead of the Sunlit Plateau ones, because the water on these is like grayish. But since you have such good saturation here, the waterfalls that have the blue, they look so pretty in a scene like this. These tropical waterfalls, I know not everybody has these because they were premium. They came, but if you look at the difference between the water in these two, the water in the tropical waterfall actually glows. It actually like puts off light. The only downside to the tropical waterfall is it doesn't play nicely with silhouette lights. So if we were to grab a lamppost, that creates a silhouette effect. You'll notice that the silhouette effect actually doesn't affect the water for some reason. So that's the only issue with the with that tropical waterfall. But you're not using the silhouette, so you know, if you do have the tropical waterfall, that could be really pretty for your backdrop because it's a much more bold blue, and I think it's going to come through really well there. But you're fine to use these if you don't have it. So it's not like these are hurting. You know, these are better than not having them. But if you have the tropical one, it could look really nice in the backdrop there. Yeah, overall, very good job. Great storytelling. Wonderful color. Everything's looking really good here. And also, Claudia, I know you also do the widescreen. Just for those of you that do the widescreen submissions, starting with the new update in the patch notes, they did state, because what's happening right now is when these widescreen shots pop up next to another snap, they end up taking up more than half of the voting scene, and the other snap appears smaller next to it. What's going to start happening with the new update is each snap is going to be guaranteed the same amount of space, so these wider shots are going to get reduced in size so that they can fit the whole thing on their half, and the regular shots are going to be their normal size. But you can still enlarge both photos. I'm not sure how this is going to impact voting, but I do think it's a bit more fair. I think widescreen shots are still going to do well, though. As long as they're well made, like yours, so you shouldn't have anything to worry about. Lilo. Hi, Zoe. I appreciate the feedback. I think there's times I think something can still work close enough to the theme, and that's why I like being reviewed as well. You help ground me. Anywho, I hope this is more on theme with one of these outfits. All right, so we have this one here. Oh, yeah, this is really good. This is really good. And this is also good. Honestly, you can go with either one of these. And at the end of the day, Lilo, what you can always remember here, too, is that just because something can be more competitive doesn't necessarily mean it won't work. The most important thing to have this week would be your Fabled Relic and your sense of adventure. And you do have that. You do have that in your scene. But as discussed, I'm sure you've seen plenty of snaps like in Dreamer's Portal. You've seen plenty of snaps in the Dreamsnap Hub. You've seen plenty of snaps here on the stream. So you're probably well aware that most voters, are kind of working themselves into these adventure scenes. So that's why I think here, could it work? Yeah. If you get the right voters and they kind of vibe with the idea, for sure. But I do think it's going to be a bit safer to go in the adventure archetype here. And I do think these are going to kind of dominate the meta. And I do think interacting with the relic, like showing yourself, this makes it super easy for the voter to see your Fabled Relic, like when you're interacting with it in these unique ways. Like Donald's looking at it, you're looking at it. It's going to make it so clear to them that this is Fabled Relics. It's kind of like, just like last week, when or the week before last, when we were reviewing Lazy Cozy Day. We didn't have Dreamsnap results yet. We didn't know what was going to do well. But what we kept saying the whole week was these seated poses, these relaxed poses, are going to dominate the meta because of the name of the challenge, with it being called Lazy Cozy Day. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what we ended up seeing. And it's not just these 3 public submissions, but if you look through most of the 4K submissions, even the ones that are not Winnie the Pooh themed, the ones that performed very well were the ones that showed the avatar in a very relaxed position. Seated, laying down, very leisurely. And just as predicted, that's what dominated the meta. I think the same thing is likely to happen this week. So, just because something can dominate the meta, I want you to know, it doesn't mean that it's the only way. You could definitely go with the kind of unique concepts that you have. But if they end up not performing as you'd hoped, you're not scratching your head as to why. At that point, you'll be like, well, I must have popped up against people that featured the relic really well and were interacting with it, and I got voters that vibe with that a bit more. And I think we'll see the same thing that we saw with Lazy Cozy Day, where the submissions that are going to steal the show this week are going to be a lot of submissions where we get these interactions with these Fabled Relics and these adventure archetypes. I do love the outfit here. I like this one a bit more than... I like the Lara Croft kind of style too, but I think this outfit is really strong. The angle shows us the map really well in both outfits, but the bomber jacket here just looks great. And I like the goggles too, so really good avatar customization. And it looks like Donald's hand is on the relic too, which is really fun. And Raja is your untold creature lurking in the back. The only downside to Raja is he doesn't look too threatening or menacing. Whereas but Raja is super fun for a jungle theme. Overall, I would say it's very solid changes. But oh, and one last thing, it does look like your color here, your saturation here, seems to be a bit better than in this one. This one looks a little paler. So for this one, I would recommend maybe a slightly enhanced saturation here. This one, the saturation seems perfect, but I like the outfit a bit more in this one. Now, for your original, if you really wanted to go with this, you could. Because as long as you have elements of the theme, like this one has adventure, it has the Fabled Relic, it could potentially get 4K. But I do think things like this are going to be a bit more competitive, because not only does it have the Fabled Relic and the, these elements of the theme, but it makes the relic even more apparent and even more obvious. And it showcases the avatar as somebody getting adventurous, somebody going on this adventure versus somebody that kind of resides as a guardian of this temple, so to say. And, it's always going to be your choice whether or not you, want to incorporate these changes. Just keep in mind, this is your Dreamsnap. It's always going to be your Dreamsnap. So when I do provide my perspective, there's never a need to feel like you gotta explain your position or your point, because you got to remember you're not going to be able to do that with voters. So, you're going to know whether or not people voted for your snap based on results. And if you get 1,200 or 1,500, some people did for sure. And if you get 4K, a lot of people voted for it. I'm just here to tell you the main thing I like to do is really break down and define every key term in the theme and try to make sure it's all present. But as mentioned, you never have to do that to get 4K. It's a great way to play. It's very competitive. It makes you safe with both the picky voters and the not so picky voters. It makes you safe with both. But many cases, you're not even going to get a single picky voter. You might just get people that are like, "Ooh, that's pretty. I'll vote for it." So oftentimes, there's plenty of occasions where you can just ignore my advice and still potentially get 4K. Just depends on what you're up against, what kind of voters you get. But I do think overall something like this is going to be a bit safer. Sue Lee. Hi, somebody suggested I move Scar further back into the jungle. I did that, but wasn't able to get him to look the way I wanted, so settled for the monkey lurking after goodies in my backpack. Hope it's somewhat of an improvement. Look forward to hearing your thoughts, as always. Okay, so this was yesterday's, and then we have this one here. Oh, I mean, he looks great. Yeah, I think you got him perfect. Like, he's looking towards the camera, and, I like to picture that sometimes there is like a cameraman there, so Scar's got his eyes locked onto him. You don't necessarily need Scar looking right at you, but just having him look towards us shows us that he's lurking. He's looking right at the voter, which is really fun. I don't think you need a different angle on Scar. I think that's perfect. And yeah, the monkey, he doesn't really strike me as lurking. It looks like he wants uppies, but Scar is perfect. I wouldn't worry too much about that. Simba and Nala look really good. You got a good interaction with your relic here. Yeah, very solid overall. Great job. So, Lee, one last little piece of advice. Not something to worry about this week, but something I would consider for future challenges. Anytime you're building a scene and you want it to highlight greenery, like whether it's a jungle, a pine forest, you may think, for like a jungle scene that the Sunlit Plateau will make the most sense, the Sunlit Plateau floating island. Or you may think for a pine forest scene, the Forest of Valor would be the best. But if you look at most of the snaps that feature grass in the 4K range, actually neither one of those are the most popular options. Typically, it's two places, the meadow and the plaza. And the reason why is because you don't need that shade of grass from the Sunlit Plateau for it to feel like a jungle. You don't need the taller grass. You can make your own plants. And the reason why I recommend always, anytime you're going to be showcasing greenery or, you know, kind of a forest or a jungle build, the reason I always recommend going with the meadow floating island or the plaza floating island is simply the color. As we know, and as we've discussed many, many times, voters tend to gravitate towards and absolutely love bold, vivid, and lush colors. So, when it comes to these scenes, if we look at how vibrantly green the jungle trees are, and then we look at the grass here in the meadow, you'll see it's that same beautiful, vibrant green in both. You know, we get the same beautiful shade of green. And this is advice for all of you guys, by the way, especially if you're new to Snaps or you're looking for good locations to make your scenes. Look at how natural the bright, vibrant green of the meadow grass looks when paired with greenery. Like, look at these lush green jungle trees, and then look at this lush green color of the grass. They're very similar. But when we look at the sunlit, it looks like shadowed grass, right? It's very dark, and the plants stand out like crazy on it. Like, it looks like a completely different type of environment in a sense, right? It looks like these plants don't really live in this grass. Not a big deal for this week, so don't panic. Don't feel like, oh my god, now I gotta move my whole build. You really don't. This is a small thing, but I want you to picture this scene with all this lush green and all these beautiful green smoke bombs with a nice lush shade of green in the grass as well. What would that look like? So, whenever you guys are choosing where to make your snap, I know it's easy to get in the mindset of like, oh, I'm making a forest. I need to go to the forest floating island. Oh, I'm making a jungle. I need to go to the wild tangle floating island. But you really don't. The nice thing about floating islands is that they are just an empty space. You can make it a jungle. When it comes to choosing which floating island to use, the only thing you're usually going to see is going to be the color of the grass. So which color grass is going to look best in your Dreamsnap? That's what you got to ask yourself. And for me, 99.9% of the time, it's going to be the meadow. Like, here's Marvels of Nature. This got ranked 90. So many of the snaps I saw did the Forest of Valor. And it has that very tall... Imagine if I was in the Forest of Valor. I wouldn't have these tiny blades of grass. I would have these huge, jetting up, like, jagged, dark pieces. And we wouldn't see my path much at all. We would also have these pieces going, like, you know, through a lot of the items. It would feel really messy. But now it feels really clean and very lush and green. And like I said, you'll see this with, like, almost any submission I do where I'm outdoors. You're going to see it's the meadow or plaza. For that reason, the grass is just very agreeable. It's got a really nice color. We see it here as well. If this was the forest, the grass would be really tall, and it would cover some of the companions. It would cover a lot of the details of these items. So I'm just encouraging you guys to consider this when you choose your destination in terms of floating islands. It's very easy to think, oh, since this theme is a forest theme, I should go to the forest island. But you really don't have to. Any island can become a forest island. If you have the Tatooine sand, any island can become a desert island. You know, you can make it what you need it to be. So don't choose your floating island based on the decor you're planning to use. Choose your floating island based on the color of the grass and how manageable the grass is going to be if you're going to be showing grass. Like I said, don't worry about that this week, Suli. It's just food for thought for like future snaps. For future snaps, I think this is very, very likely for 4K. You know, the green silhouette in the back is perfect. You got lots of good companion and villager energy here. Great setup for the avatar. Everything is looking really, really good here. I also like how your hand perfectly silhouettes in the doorway. So the framing and everything here is very strong. I think you'll likely succeed with this snap. Uncle Rod, first of the original, you suggested I add a relic and then a monster of some sort. You also suggested I move Donald closer. Thank you for your help. All right. So we have yesterday's here and today's here. Very nice, very nice. I like how Donald's thinking here. And we have Maleficent in the back. I would probably bring her out a little tiny bit more just so we can, because she's kind of easy to miss because she's so deep in the fog. I think we brought her out a tiny bit. I do think Beast or Sully maybe could, well, actually with her wings open, she does look like a giant jungle bat. So, or with her cape up, I actually really like that. But I think if we brought her up just a tiny bit, we would see her shape a little better. And yeah, you got the relic featured. Now for your pose, for some reason your eyes aren't on the relic. I would try to find a way to mitigate that so you can, oh, you also have Scar lurking back here. Very nice. He's really creeping. If you can get your eyes to focus on the relic, I would definitely try for that. I'm not sure which pose you're using, but like this would be the Pluto pose here if you wanted to go for this. Like if we cancel it, this is where I'm at. I'm angled. I turn about 45 degrees to the right here, so I'm actually facing, or well, kind of that way. Well, my camera's reversed, I can't tell. So if we go into the Pluto pose here, this is where I'll end up. And if we pause it right here, where she gets that surprised look, her eyes are like locked onto this corner of the scene. And you get this nice surprised expression. If you were able to get that surprise and to get your eyes to lock on to this orb, I think that would be really good for you. Because it's really going to sell the idea of the fabled relic, right? It's not just a relic, you know, it's a fabled relic. It's something that shouldn't even exist, and you guys just found it, you know. What are the odds? So showcasing some surprise is a great element of storytelling, and it's going to help direct your eyes to it. I think you might be using the Pluto pose, maybe? I'm not sure which pose you're... I think it's Pluto. But the trick with the Pluto pose, I would say, is to kind of pause it. I think you might have paused it around like here where she kind of looks away a little bit. So with the Pluto pose, cancel it and then start it up. I paused it for now, but we just started it. She'll do the surprised look in the first like 5 seconds. So 1, 2, yeah, it was like 2 or 3 seconds. Let's count. 1, 2, yeah, 2 seconds. So once you initiate the Pluto pose, if you pause the pose in about 2 seconds, you'll have her arms out. You'll have the surprised expression. You'll have her eyes locked on that item. Gonna be really good for the storytelling element here. But yeah, that's my only recommendation here. And I think you could get her a little closer if you wanted to, because you're not going to cover anything super important back here. For mine, you know, you can see my head, my hairline is just a tiny bit away from the top of the scene here. But yeah, that's my only recommendations is, you know, maybe move the fog back a tiny bit or move Maleficent up a tiny bit. Try to readjust the Pluto pose to get that shocked expression and to have your arms kind of reaching towards it and have that, you know, have your eyes locked on it. And that's about it. You know, aside from that, if you wanted to, a couple little plant details, you know, have some plant, you know, some more plants I think could be fun. You don't have to go too crazy, but a little bit of extra plant detail could be really fun. Or pocket items like bones, because we have these dangerous jungle creatures about lurking. So you can drop bones onto some of the empty spaces here as some fun added details. And then don't forget, for other great pocket items, you got things like these grubby logs here. Some really fun things that play well with like the jungle environment and the, you know, danger environment. Tia said, hi, Sipai. The islands I use the most for my dream snaps are the Plaza and Meadow Islands. The grass works well for most dream snaps. Exactly, Tia, exactly. That is exactly what I'm saying. Almost all of my dream snaps, anytime I'm doing an outdoor build, whether I'm going to be, unless I'm at the beach. If I'm at the beach, of course, I'm going to use Dazzle Beach, or unless it's a snowy day build, then I'm going to be on Frosted Island. But any scene, whether it's like I'm making a pine forest, or I'm making a jungle temple, or I'm making a field of flowers, anything that is going to be outdoors with sunny weather and normal weather is always going to be either the Plaza or Meadow for me. Usually the Meadow. The Plaza has like a checkerboard pattern, but it's really hard to see, so it doesn't matter that it has that. But yeah, I agree with you there. I think both are very, 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 very strong. And I think it's, like I mentioned, I can totally see why players very oftentimes feel like they need to use a specific floating island because they're like, oh, I'm making a pine forest. I need to go to the Forest of Valor. But it's kind of a trap, right? It's not their fault, but the grass in the Forest of Valor is very unruly. It destroys a lot of your low elements, makes them very hard to see. And the color is just very dark and dreary. It doesn't pop. It's not as vibrant. It doesn't perform quite as well. I mean, plenty of snaps get 4K that are on different floating islands, but, the Meadow and Plaza are just very favorable. Ginger Snap. First is the original, second is the redo. You suggested I use the Pluto pose instead. Add Flynn. I thought it would be funny if he was shocked that Scar was stalking me, but does it hurt the snap? Thank you as always. Let's take a look. So we have this one here where you're doing the cat pose. I think this would be great if you had a lower artifact, like if you had an orb right here you were grabbing. But since this orb is a little higher up, it doesn't come across quite as strong. Now we look at the new one, and we have you looking a bit surprised towards the artifact. And then we have, I think this is pretty funny. Flynn's like, what's he doing? I do like this. I do like that. I think that's pretty fun. You do have additional space for I don't know if you have Safari Donald, but he could be really good behind you here. Now with the Pluto pose, Ginger Snap, we were just talking about this. When it comes to the Pluto pose, I recommend this point of the Pluto pose because your hands would actually be going towards the orb perfectly this way, and you get the shocked expression. Now, you do have a little bit of a shocked expression here on the avatar. She has like a smile and her eyes are wide, so this does work. But if you pause, so it's right at the 2-second mark. And in order to make sure my avatar's still close in the scene, I have to get really close before using the Pluto pose, and I have to go in selfie mode and kind of turn her to the right as seen here. But then once we initiate the Pluto pose, it's just Mississippi 1, Mississippi 2. Okay, so like 2.5 seconds. Right here, you're going to get this shocked expression. You're going to have her hands going outward. It works really well. So I would say this is probably the most competitive freeze spot for the Pluto pose because it has a very high shock value. Like the avatar looks very surprised. This is good too, though. She's kind of taken aback. I do like this. So this could also work, so don't feel like you have to change it. I just personally recommend the more shocked expression. That way you also have your hands out kind of going towards it. I think can be really good. But yeah, I think if you want to have Flynn back there like showing Scar, I think that's pretty funny. It brings more attention to Scar. And Scar almost looks like he's looking up at him too. Since you have 2 villagers and the relic all on this side, I think it might be a good idea to have another little villager off here to the right. Like I said, having, Safari or Pirate Donald right behind you here could be good. And it'll give you another great opportunity for storytelling. Yo, Creeping, thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. Let's go. Thank you. Ems is next. I added a few creatures as well as Flynn. Okay, so this was yesterday's. So we talked about how competitive all of these storytelling angles are for all these snaps. And now we have this one. You have Flynn here. He's like, oh, treasure. Now, I don't think you need Mike right here. For the creatures, we want them lurking. You really only need Sully, and you have him kind of back here. I would try to put him more in the doorway if possible, so we can kind of see him like roaring out of the fog. But I do like his arm coming through. So if you want to leave him there, that's pretty creepy. How we can't really see his body, but just the arm is coming out of the mist. I like that. The only other thing is something we've talked about a lot with this chest of Cortez here that I think is a little risky. If I were you, Ims... Oh, you also have Jack hidden back here. I like that. If I were you, Ims, I would reconsider this treasure. We actually already had a challenge that was called Treasure Hunt Extravaganza. It was all about finding treasure and going on a treasure hunt. You want to be careful that it doesn't feel like that here. This doesn't really feel like a fabled relic. It feels like money. It feels like gold coins. If you look at a lot of your competition this week, people are highlighting these like ancient artifacts. You know, we have the sword and the stone here. We have this glowing orb on this ancient pedestal here. We have this purple orb here. You can have gold and riches in the background, but I wouldn't make them the central focus. With the challenge being called Fabled Relics, that's what everybody is going to see when they're voting. They're going to see those words, Fabled Relics, and they're very likely going to be looking for a relic or relics in your submission. That's why, you know, things like these little statues can be good. The different orbs can be good. The chalices can be good. There's so many good options. So I would just recommend caution here, Ims. I think it's great that you brought the villagers in. I don't think you need Mike quite this close. If you want another villager right here, maybe bring in Safari Donald or Pirate Donald. You can have him adventuring with you. So think of it this way. The creatures, the danger, they're in the background. They're lurking. The people, the villagers you have close, those are your companions. They're adventuring with you. So think about how you're telling your story. And also, I really recommend caution with treasure, because if you're up against a snap that features some kind of fabled relic, that's going to tie into the title really well, and it's going to be hard to beat them if you're highlighting gold coins and they're highlighting a relic. Does that make sense? Snowdrop is next. Hello, you suggested adding a lurking creature, so I added Beast. In the first one, I don't like the snake positioning as much, but Beast is more visible. It's the reverse for the second option. Not sure if a smaller detail like the snake positioning matters much. Thank you for the advice. Very perceptive of you to catch that there. I think that's one thing a lot of people struggle with is companions. You know, they're like, I'm guilty of this myself. I will sometimes spend an extra hour on a snap just waiting for my companions to be right. And I've never really noticed a big difference, you know, like when it comes to that. I mean, if anything, I think like, well, I did have one of my rank 2s ended up having a really good capybara walk by at a certain point, but he was highly noticeable. So I think in that instance, you know, it can have kind of a big impact. But most of the snaps where I have included, like, you know, little companions, sometimes it works out really well, like in Explosions of Colors. This got rank 70, and I had a really good Rainbow Fox here. But, you know, it also had really good villagers, so it's kind of hard to say if the Rainbow Fox really mattered that much. Honestly, nobody knows. Nobody's going to know. There's no way to poll your voters and know, you know, exactly how much it matters. But what I will say is, you know, I have other rank 100 snaps that don't have pets at all, and it's just like all villagers. I think it really comes down to how you use your characters, whether they are villagers or pets. Whichever one you're using, if they're well featured, it's typically going to work out in your favor. So if you're having a difficult time with the critters, you know, villagers are a lot more manageable. They're going to save you a lot of time. So in this one, actually, I think you got your snake kind of perfect here. Like the way he's twisted around facing the camera, that's actually really good. And Beast also looks really good back here. Like this looks awesome. And then there's this one. I think this is the one where he said Beast is a little less visible. I mean, he's still noticeable though. And then this one, the snakes look pretty good here, but he's kind of clipping through Donald's foot a little bit. I think this one is kind of perfect. I know this might not be how you wanted the snakes to look, But Beast looks outstanding here. You got a great pose interacting with your relic right at the front of the scene. You got these great vines hanging down. You got the fireflies, very magical. And then we have this snake curling around. We can see like the whole circle of the snake. It's so cool. And then Donald here, like, why did it have to be snakes? You know, I would go with this one. This one, I think this, I'm not sure why you don't like the snakes that much in this one. They're outstanding. These look awesome. Hang on, I think I'm blocking it. You guys might not be able to see it. Look at this. Look at these snakes. You can see this one in the bush back here. This one is kind of wrapped around here. And then this one is curled, like, right here next to Donald. I think this looks great. And a lot of people this week didn't even really bother with companions. So I think it's really nice that you got this added detail down here. Yeah, really good job here, Snowdrop. Outstanding work. Queen is next. My first submission, I was very uninspired by the theme, and I hoped I could convey a local playing where a Fabled relic would be. Watching your streams helped me catch a vibe, so hopefully the second one is a bit more on the money. I love when you catch a vibe. Always a good time. So, oh, okay, very nice, very nice. Oh my god, I love Scar here, and the eyes behind him from the hyenas. That's so cool. You got a great shot of the avatar here with the Fabled relic, and I also like this. This is fun. There's a lot of danger elements here on y'all's little quest. I also really like the ladder you put here. Yeah, this is really good. This is awesome. And this one, the bigger risk here was that, you know, like you said, you're going as a local that would be playing around where a relic would be. But again, the challenge, the first sentence says, get adventurous. So we're supposed to be the adventurer. And that's why you see everybody kind of going in that direction. Now you moved in that direction, and I'm glad you're kind of enjoying the theme a bit more now. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you've just done enough with snaps and you're just not feeling super inspired to like play around with it. But like once once we talk about the snaps a lot, sometimes you can just end up getting excited and get a second win and enjoy it. Now I really like the look of the avatar here, and you know, your relic is very obvious. I will say, with these orbs, with how high up it is, it's taking up a lot of space. Have you considered maybe instead of the orb, do you have any shiny Evergem? Shiny Evergems are they're going to be a little shorter, and it also has more like of a jagged design instead of a perfect circle, so we would see your pants a bit better. We'd see your belt line a bit better. And I think it's going to... And it also, the color of the shiny Evergem, I think, would play really well with, like, the color of, like, the leather in your outfit. My other recommendation here, since we have a lot of shade under this tree line, and here as well, have you considered adding lighting elements with the Chandelier of the Deep? So, you see behind this tree how the wall is glowing? It's because behind the tree here, we have a table, which is the Icy River kit, counts as a table. And then we have a Chandelier of the Deep, right here. This Chandelier of the Deep is the last remaining item in the game that will cast light when placed outdoors. You can buy these from Scrooge. The Vitalis Lantern used to do that. They patched it out. The red hanging lantern used to do that. They took it out. So this is a great way if you have like shaded spots. Just don't show the chandelier. Try to hide it, kind of like we did here. So like here, you can't see this Chandelier of the Deep at all, but you can see that beautiful light coming from it. So I think what could be really fun for your snap here, since you have some darker corners and crevices here, and you can even hang a Chandelier of the Deep outside of the scene where we can't see it and cast some fun light here on the side. You can probably put one behind these willow leaves and cast some light back here. Could be fun to play around with. I would kind of move some around in the environment and see if you can get some unique glowing colors in here. But yeah, I love Scar's placement. I love the eyes behind him. I think you featured your Fabled relic really well. So I think this is looking really competitive right now, Queen. Looking really good.
Janice, a.k.a. Jalise. Take two, thank you, says Janice.
So this was yesterday's. We talked about how it was very risky because we don't have the Fabled Relic, and then also it's not feeling quite like a long-lost realm because we have this recently built watchtower with the electricity on, and we also have a lot of villagers posing, but they're not really telling a story. They're just there. So when using villagers, you always want to think about what kind of story you can tell with them. Now, in the new one here, it looks like you featured a Fabled Relic, which is great. You built kind of these temple ruins, and you have, instead of having Scar lurking, you have him kind of just rolling his eyes here, which is really funny. And Pumbaa looks a little scared that Scar's right behind him, but Scar doesn't look too interested. So what I'll say here, Janice, is that you're a lot more on theme than you were yesterday. Yesterday, you had more of a crafting outfit. We don't have a Fabled Relic. It feels more like a party in Eternity Isle than a relic adventure. Today, it feels more like you're hunting relics, but there are a few things I would caution you on, not just for this snap, but for all snaps. When you're building your scene, you really want to avoid putting big items at the front because you make it hard to see the environment. If you were to take your avatar and this relic and put them at the front of the scene, and then take all these large items and put them at the back of the scene, we would have more space to decorate with small items. We would have more space to show our villagers, like you have Peter Pan, but he's kind of hidden back here. For example, let's look at a couple of other snaps. Let's look at Snowdrops. Notice how in Snowdrop Snap, they're bigger items, like this big cobra head, these big walls, these big trees. They're at the back of the snap. Now, what do they have in the front? Well, in the front, they have these tiny green bushes that we can see over. They have this small table in the relic. They have these snakes that we can see over. They have this red bush we can see over. They have Donald that we can see over. Do you see the idea here? At the front of your scene, you want small stuff we can see over. In the middle of your scene, that's where you'll start putting some larger items. And then at the very back of your scene, that's where you're going to put the biggest stuff. This allows the voter to see more of your environment. It allows you to highlight more of your decorating skill. It allows you to tell more stories with your villagers. Because when you build your snap, if you put a lot of really big stuff right at the front, you don't have room. You don't have room to really decorate that environment. You don't have as much room to tell stories. That's why if you look at this, example scene here, let's look at what's at the front. We have our relic, because that's really important. But aside from that, we have these very small bushes. We have this very small log. We have these very small flowers. We have these very low-sitting ferns. And then when we go back, we get a little bit bigger with these larger vines, with these larger ferns, and with these larger bushes. And then we get into much larger items as we make our way towards the deep back of this whole zone. So that's pretty much how all of my scenes are designed. And the reason this is so successful is because it offers really good visibility into your environment and gives you plenty of room to play with villagers. So again, here at the front, very small presence, small companions, small villagers. Everything is very small at the front. As we work our way back, things get a bit larger. Now we have slightly taller villagers, slightly taller decor, taller piles of gifts. And then way in the back, we have the tallest villagers. And then the tallest buildings and the tallest decor. Think about it this way. When you're taking a group photo, you ever been to an event and they're taking a photo with like 20 to 30 people? They always say, tall people in the back, short people in the front. Why do they do that? Well, it's because they want to make sure everybody is seen. The same thing applies to your decor and your environment. You want to make sure everything is seen. Small items in the front, tall items in the back. All right. But yeah, definitely more on theme here, Janice. Definitely more on theme. You're interacting with your relic, which is good. I would just recommend you open up your scene a little bit. That'll give you more room to play with Scar and Pumbaa, and you'll be able to add more, little details like the ferns and some tangled ombre bushes. There's some really fun stuff. it looks to me like you're not really using anything from your landscaping menu either. The plants you're using are all from furniture menu, the regular foliage options, except for this. This, I think, is from your landscaping menu. But you're using these jungle plants and these jungle vines. But when it comes to decorating for a Dreamsnap, you know, if you want to compete with the 4K earners, if you want to be up there with them consistently, you want to have good diversity in your environment. You don't want to just use 2 or 3 different plants. You want to use a lot, all that work, in fact. So here we have ferns, we have Venus flytraps, we have the snake plant, we have jungle vines, we have the big new vines, we have the bird of paradise, we have cacti, we have the tall tropical plant, we have the blue tangled ombre bush, we have the green tangled ombre bush, we have the butterfly flower, we have the fan ferns, we have the new green bush from the Winnie the Pooh update, we have the tall beach grass, we have these big lily pad bush thing, we have these thorny vines, we have these luminescent flowers, and that's just on this side. That's how much diversity we have just in this little pocket right here. Now, think about how much we have in the whole scene, right? That's what makes these environments feel real and convincing. That's what helps you impress the voter, is making your build feel like a movie scene instead of like a movie set, so to say. But yeah, you're moving in the right direction here, my friend. If you don't have time to incorporate what we're talking about this week, just keep it in mind for future challenges. Remember, at the front of your scene, keep things small, and then you can progressively make things bigger as you work your way back. That way you'll get great visibility. Peanut Butter Quacker, thank you so much for the advice this week. First 2 were the initial snaps. Your advice was to combine the 2 and have my avatar on the left, Donald on the right, and add some foliage, like the jungle vines, to cover the path. All right, so that's right. So this was the original, and then there was this one. They had these 2 options. And I love the avatar here. And Scrooge is really fun, but since you do have Safari Donald, which is perfect for an adventure, we just basically mentioned, you know, let's combine these 2 elements and make the best of both worlds here. So now we have Safari Donald interacting with this. We have the avatar here. We have this gust of wind coming by. We have our untold lurking creatures. You've checked all the boxes. This looks really good. I like the jungle vines added in. My last little word of advice here is not for this snap, but for future snaps. Peanut Butter Quacker, you were probably here when I talked about it earlier. Be mindful of where you choose to make your snaps. Look at how lush this green is on your castle. Look at how lush the green is in your trees. Look at how lush the green is in your bushes. Now look at your ground. The grass is very dark. It's like a brownish tint. It looks unhealthy. It doesn't pop as much as the rest of your green. Imagine if this green was the same kind of shade we have throughout the rest of the environment. How vivid would that make the snap? How clean would it feel? That's why 99% of my outdoor snaps that are not snowing or deserts or beaches are built in the meadow floating island. For me, it's either always the meadow or it's always the plaza. I'm in one or the other. And the reason why is because look at the shade of the grass here. Now, the grass here is a lot shorter. So maybe you're like, Senpai, it's not tall enough to be a jungle. Well, that's the thing. You can make it tall enough. We literally have grass that we can just bring in. You know, so if you want tall grass, just put it right into your build. And then you can just add all your own plants. So this way you get the best of both worlds. You get this nice lush shade of green that matches the plants, it matches the environment, and you get full control over how lush and how thick the grass is by being able to, you know, add your own details into it. So yeah, and that goes for all of you guys. When it comes to choosing where to make your outdoor snaps, I cannot recommend these 2 islands the most. I use them more than anything else. The forest, don't even get me started. Worst grass in the whole game. And Ancient's Island is almost the exact same. Summit Plateau, a little bit more brown. The Glade is cool because of like the muddy texture and the trees in the backdrop if you want like a swampy build. Forest is good for frosted builds. Forgotten is good for spooky builds. glittering for you know, deserts, and I hate using the Tangled Island because it has a built-in green fog, and if I want a green fog, I'm going to build it with smoke bombs, not with this, like, hazy mist in the back that they have. I don't like it much. All right. Jenny says, thank you, turn on my Switch now. Sounds good, my friend, sounds good. Best of luck, best of luck. Skylar here. You suggested to add Scar lurking in the background. First, the original. Okay, so original here. Already very strong. The only box we wanted to check here was the untold creature lurking. And now we got him. Great shot of Scar lurking. He looks fantastic here. Well done, Skylar. Well done. You didn't need much else from that. Looking really good. A very unique relic in yours, too. Miss Spock is next. I was already fixing it before my review. Was just waiting to see if I needed something else in the creature. I also added snakes, but didn't stress absolutely getting them in my shots. They would just be a bonus. First is the original. I have one with Beast roaring, one with Jack standing. Wanted to go for a sort of Slender Man. Nice. And one with Jack being angry. Not sure which one to go for. Thank you for the review as always. Okay, yeah, you had the perfect doorway here for that untold creature. So this was yesterday. Okay, Beast roaring. Very nice. Very nice. Ooh. Dang, yeah. I love the Slender Man Jack here. That looks really cool. This one looks good, too. I mean, you know, the ancient, you know, temples with, like, the undead being inside them like skeletons. And since he's in the fog and we can't see his outfit, he really just feels like a skeleton there. That's fun. For me, it's between the two Jack ones. I really like the standing one. It's kind of ominous and creepy. I like the Beast one too, but when he roars, he gets really low. And with the doorway so tall, I think if you just had him standing there menacingly, kind of like Jack, I think that would be better than probably his roaring animation. I think my favorite one might be this one because Jack fills the doorway out really nice and looks really creepy. Really looks like a jungle entity here. I do like this one a lot too, though. But I think my favorite one would be the one where he's standing tall here because it's just very balanced. He fills out the doorway perfectly. And you could still go Beast if you want to. I probably wouldn't do the roar. I'd probably have his silhouette standing there if you wanted to try him. Or Sully. That could work too. Poppy is next. Only suggestions were to try to find a different pose with Donald and to move or change the table. Couldn't find a suitable table, so stuck with it. Couldn't get Raja to stand up long enough, but we'll try again if I have time. First the original, second is the new. Yeah, this is what we meant. You know, if you can't find a different table, you just want to hide the tiny stick under it because it's holding a Fabled relic. So bringing it up here fixes that problem. Now you have it presented well. Honestly, I would go with the one with Raja here because you got a lot of fun stuff happening in the background. You have the blue snake slithering by. You have Raja sleeping. Scar is sneaking up on you. And Donald is thinking about the relics. So some good storytelling elements here. I would say this one is likely your best bet. Well done, well done. Heathen Dove. First is old, second is new. I switched the relic out for something more solid. Made it so that it looks like my avatar is actually looking at the relic. And tilted the camera a bit since once I moved my avatar's position, you could see the entrance to the jungle. You couldn't see the entrance to the jungle temple anymore. I definitely think this one looks better, but am open to any advice you may have. Thank you, Simai. Of course, of course. So this was yesterday's and now today's. Do you have the... I know this is a Scramble Coin piece. Do you have the little versions? There's a statue of Nala with a gemstone embedded in it, which I think would be even better. It's very similar to what you have, so if you want to use the Scramble Coin piece, that's totally fine. Let me see if I can find the name of it so you can search it. I'm just going to type Nala and see if it comes up. Nope. What's it called? What if I search Relic? Does anything have Relic in the name? No. Does it have statue in the name? Guys, what's the name of that item? There are 3 of them. Miss Spock, yeah. There are 3 of them! Calm down, Miss Spock. It's okay. Search statue. I did. I might already have them placed somewhere. I might have them all put somewhere. Search lioness. Okay. Damn, I must have them somewhere. Where could I have put them? There are 3 of them! 3 of them! I might not have them right now. But, yeah, there's really cute ones. Where the hell did I put my lioness statues? They gotta be in... They must be in one of my indoor builds. They have to be. They gotta be in one of my indoor dream snaps. Oh, maybe the art gallery. Maybe the art gallery. You have all 3 placed? Yeah, I probably used them for a dream snap. They ran away. Yeah. I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna run away. Oh my god, bro. I have no idea where to go. Let's start on 12th floor. Okay, alright. Well, we don't talk about the 12th floor. This is my torture chamber. Let's go to the 13th floor. Alright, what's in here? It's mostly just random snap builds or like the starting of snap builds. Okay, I'm on 13. Oh, this is a YouTube video. Oh, I need these lights back. Give me these. Yeah, this is when I was highlighting the this bundle. Okay. Well, we took all that. I could have just reset the room. Oh, I remember this. I remember this one. Where the frick are my little lioness statues? I think this is all outfits. This is when I made my Scramble Coin video. Look at all my Scramble Coin pieces. Also, look at all these old outfits from previous Dreamsnap challenges. I think this whole room is Dreamsnap outfits. Yeah. Yep. You know what I would love is for them to let us type labels onto our floors. Oh my god, I need all those lanterns. Oh my gosh, give me all of these. It would be cool if they let us type to save our floors like with different names. Like this would be my Touch of Magic workshop floor. What the heck is this room? Probably just another torture chamber. What do you guys think about this outfit? Oh my god, bro, look at those teeth. That is terrifying. What the frick? What is happening here? We don't talk about this room. Oh yeah, this is when we were talking about outfits for, I think, the Frozen Challenge. One of the Frozen Challenges. I'm keeping this room. This room's cool. I'm keeping this room too. I definitely could see the lioness statues being in here. I love the tiny chairs. I think they're in my art gallery. That's what I think. I just don't remember what floor it's on. I don't think they're in here. This room is cool, though. Is that all the rooms? Did we check this one? Oh, yeah, this is the other one. I think we were showing how they look without light. Yeah, they're not in here. I wish there was like a button or like I wish you can look up an item. Oh, this is Employee of the Month. This is an old one. I wish there was a way to automatically return something to your inventory. What the hell? Like you can search it and just like take it away from wherever it is. Okay, where were we? 15 or 16? Okay, I think we were on 16. Yeah, I think we were going this way. Okay, no, we finished that. So we're going to 17. I got to get back to the snap reviews. We got to move quick. Oh, yeah, this was 7. Oh, wait, this is the whole 17th floor. It's just this. Okay, 18th. I think we're getting pretty warm. All right, this was the sleepover challenge. I remember this one. Very pretty in here. But my lioness is not here. What even is that room? Oh, this got ranked 19. This was my futuristic dream snap. This one's fun. They're not in here. Nineteenth floor. Oh, yeah. This is kind of recent. This was the Crafted with Care. The indoor option. I ended up not going with this one. I like this one, though. Okay, obviously not in here. Not in here. I'm thinking they must be on one of the lower floors then. Dang it. I hate losing stuff in this game. Especially rare decor that you can't get more of. But yeah, the only place it could really be is somewhere in my house. Like, it's gotta be in my house somewhere. Okay, so we started at the 12th floor. We'll work our way down. We're almost done. I mean, at this point, we'll find it. Okay, that makes it quick. Empty room. Empty room. Not in here. Okay, so that floor is clear. We gotta go 10. I don't think we've done anything with this floor. That was for a video about lighting, where we're showing lighting. Okay, 9. There's a good chance it's in here.
Someone asked if it was in our example scene this week.
No. I wanted it to be, I just didn't have it on me. So, unfortunately not. I actually haven't used it. I haven't placed them in a really long time. This was my casita room. I don't think they're in here. I really thought this is where they would be. The only other place I can think of is the art gallery. I think the art gallery would make a lot of sense. I think that's where they are. I just got to find the art gallery. The art gallery also got ranked 19. Let's reset this. Also, thank you for the bits, my friend. Thank you for the bits. This might be the art gallery because of this door. No, this is ocean room. Wow, I still have this? This is from a really, really old Dreamsnap. Wow, this is all from the video I made about the Dapper to Light star path. That's crazy. That's how old this is. Old Dapper to Lights video. Oh, I think this is the art gallery. Okay, okay, please be in here. Please be in here. Oh, no, I don't see it. Oh. Dang it. Well, I'm not going to tear down my art gallery. I'm going to keep this. Dang, you guys. It's really just gone, I guess. I mean, they're all placed somewhere. Like, I put them all somewhere. I just don't know where. And I kind of wanted to put them in my snap this week, so I kind of want to find them. It's pretty pink in here. They're definitely not on my storage floor. Honestly, they might even be in one of my premium house builds, which if that's the case, I'm never finding them. Oh, my first Dreamsnap ever. No way. Dreamlight Ball. I still have that build. Oh! This is that Ring 15 I did. That super easy build with Scrooge. Yeah, look at this. This is, Your Luck's Look. That's this. It's fun. Little trip down memory lane here. Oh, Bedroom Beauty. Another old snap. Well, we've almost looked through the entire house and we haven't found it, so... Oh, there's my streaming room. Oh, I found one! Let's go! Hello, my little friend. Oh, we got one here. We got one here. I would have never thought about checking the stream room. And there's the other one. Oh my gosh. Why did I put him in the stream room? Let's go. Okay. All right. We did it, you guys. We did it. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Let's get back to the reviews. Okay. We're going to go back to the floating island. So the reason we went hunting for those is because for Heathen Dove, you're using the scramble coin piece. And if you want to use a Nala piece, that's going to be, I think, a little bit better than the scramble coin option. If you use these little lioness statues, they actually glow and they have gemstones embedded in them. So I would recommend one of these. Now, if we look at your outfit here, we have the white. You have a blue gemstone. We also have red on Gaston. I'm trying to think about what color gem to go with. Maybe orange. Maybe orange would be the one. And also, I see your grass is that dark sunlit grass here as well. So yeah, same recommendation there with the Meadow and Plaza. But you can do the blue to match the blue in your necklace. There's an aquamarine one, a citrine one, and an amethyst one. But I think this is going to work a little bit better as your relic because it has like a gemstone embedded in it versus the scramble coin piece. And the scramble coin piece is also more of like a... On the bright side, now you have all those chandeliers you lost. Dude, I have those... There's so many more placed inside. There's so many more. I abuse those things. So yeah, Heathen Dove, only advice with the fixes here. I really like the way you've done this. My only recommendation here would be I would consider the lioness statues with the gemstones. I think that's going to be really fun to use here. And then your untold creature lurking. You have a great spot back here. Like, you can have Scar creeping up on this path right behind you. And that would add an element of danger to your scene here as well. Lunaris. Hi, Zabai. Thanks for your input on the comments. Were that the snap was very pretty, but could still struggle to get 4K. It might struggle against submissions that have the avatar in a more adventurous outfit and with a creature that was doing more of a lurk than a pretty pose. I swapped out the relic and the lighting to match the new outfit more. Let me know what you think, or let me know what you think. I have the old version saved still. Well, the old version here is absolutely beautiful, and you are using the lioness statue we were just talking about. There it is. There it is. Now, what we talked about here is, what we can see from most voters is everybody, for the most part, a vast majority of the snaps we're seeing, the avatars are presenting themselves in these very adventurous looks. And that's why, as beautiful as this dress is, and, there's a big reason. Usually when a dress looks this good, everyone uses it in the next challenge, right? That tends to always happen. But it's not happening this week. I think the big reason why is because it doesn't fit the theme quite as good. But this is really pretty. And like I said, it could still definitely get 4K based on the beauty alone. And it has the most important thing, which is the Fabled Relic. That's more important than, I think, a lot of other things. Now, for your new ones, I do like this, going with the blue aquamarine and more of the blue on the adventurous outfit. And you have your untold creature lurking in the back, which is really fun. And then you have one more option for us, which is one with the rogue outfit. This one, I do really like the rogue outfit. This one's been pretty popular this week as well. So ultimately, it's going to be your call which one you want to go with. Beauty-wise, this one is the prettiest, right? This one is the most beautiful out of the three, I think. Mostly because the butterflies here, the reflective nature of the gold, combined with, like, the gold flowers. And then, Nala also looks really beautiful here. But these two are more theme-centric. And they're still beautiful. So these have beauty, but they have a stronger theme element. So really, it's just going to come down to your call. Do you want to emphasize beauty, or do you want to emphasize theme? That is the grand question, Lunaris. That is the grand question. There isn't really a right or wrong choice, because you don't know what kind of voters you're going to get. We never do. I think this one could end up being safer. What I would do here, though, is I do think a Chandelier of the Deep, potentially. Like, if you can get some light... Well, actually, you might not have room for one, but if you can get some light on this tree, that would be really nice. I think with the concept you have here... Actually, I think I would either go with this one or this one. The Rogue outfit is really fun, but I do think the blue here kind of delivers the same experience that we're going for with the purple here. But yeah, it's just personal preference here, if your intention is to go with, like, the purple light, or, if your whole plan is to go with light and tie it into the outfit and tie it into the gemstone, then, this one's definitely the prettiest out of them. But if you were to, like, alter you know, if you had a different approach where you did a bit of storytelling and adventurous outfit, you know, brought in some villagers, I think you can make it more competitive and still keep like a great beauty factor. But regardless of which one you pick, I think you got a pretty good shot at 4K here. Like I said, this one is much stronger with the theme. This one maximizes beauty. But as we say, you know, theme is often the most important thing. Fortunately for you, you have the most vital part of the theme here. The most vital part. But I would say the adventurous outfits tend to, I think, work best when you pair them with, like, great villager storytelling. So I'd probably take it further. I got lucky with spawning in both Beast and Scar to fit them in the snap. Thanks for the tip. First one is the original. Second one is the updated. So, original, updated. So yeah, we talked about getting, you know, we have this great doorway here. We talked about getting that untold creature lurking. And boom, now we got Beast back here. And I love Scar on the side here. Fantastic, fantastic. So really good job. Really good job. I love how this turned out. Very strong. Great storytelling. I will say, too, since this doorway is, like, so big, Beast roaring is really fun, but also if you just wanted to put him further back and have hit the silhouette of his big form lurking in that green light, that could also work well. If you just want to show the shape of his body in the doorway. He'll fill out more of the doorway if he's standing, but you can also do this because we can see him roaring really well. But yeah, great job here. Great job here. I think you're pretty much locked in for 4K Breezy. You checked all the boxes. Mama Dukes. You said that my Indiana Jones was lacking the lurking untold creatures. I fixed that by adding the breathing wall as well. Thank you. Interesting. So original and new. Awesome. So now we have our lurking creatures. We can see the lurking hyenas in the den back here. I love that. And yeah, you actually made the walls breathe. We have the rushing wind here. Very cool, very cool. What do those letters say? Senpai, you are so handsome. Oh, stop it, Dreamlight Valley. Oh, all right, good job. Silver Tab is next. Only suggestion was to change Donald's pose. Went from the thoughtful look to the excited look. Okay, yeah, just one simple suggestion here. You've already knocked it out of the park with all, you know, you checked all the boxes. You got the relic, you got the lurking creature. Great outfit here. Donald just looked like he was kind of thinking and confused. Now we got him very excited to find this relic. Great job. Great job. Well done, my friend. Looking pretty solid, Silver Tab. Soko, you recommended I move away from the treasure and add a relic and open up the scene a little bit. I ended up restructuring the whole thing and added some villagers to give some more storytelling. So this was the original. We talked about, you know, we don't want to be treasure hunting. We want to find this fabled relic. Okay, nice. So this, like, gold fruit tree is the fabled relic here. Made a little platform for it and everything. You got some lurking creatures on the side. And we have you kind of facing away. I would go with a shorter hairstyle that doesn't clip into the backpack. And also, since we have a lot of exposed skin here, I would go with a more tan complexion. The main reason is you're not using the sunset time of day. You're using the midday time of day. We can tell because your shadows are very small and your colors are not very well saturated. They're not getting hit by that beautiful warm sunlight. So the regular daytime lighting is a white light, whereas the sunset lighting is a gold light. The gold light makes colors more pronounced. The white light neutralizes colors. When you add white light to pale skin, it gets very light. Same with your hair. So, since you're traversing through the jungle, I think it would be a good idea to give your avatar tan skin. It would also be a good idea to give her darker hair, like a dark brown, because it's going to play really well with the colors here, since the white light is making this really bright. And also, I would choose a shorter hairstyle so we can actually see the whole shape of the backpack, and we don't have this weird, like, you know, the hair just phasing through and disobeying physics. But yeah, this is much safer than yesterday. don't forget as well, if you're going to be using the regular daytime lighting instead of the sunset time of day, a great number to run for this would be saturation at 0.6. It's going to make everything very prominent and bold. It'll help make up for the fact that you don't have that good sunset saturation. The other thing I would recommend are some tangled ombre bushes right down here in the base corners of your shot to get some plants growing up in the bases. Because all the plants, the grass you have here is a very dark green because you're not using the meadow grass. The bushes are a very dark green. But look at these tropical jungle greens, right? This vibrant green here. We have the vibrant green here. The green of your tropical plants doesn't really match the green of your environment. So what I would consider is adding the tangled ombre bushes at the bottom of your scene. That way you're going to get some of this vibrant green down here as well. It's going to help round out the colors here. So in closing, I would go with more of a tan complexion. I would go with darker hair. I would choose a different hairstyle so the hair doesn't clip into the backpack. I would boost the saturation to 0.6, and I would add some tangled ombre bushes and possibly some other small plants to the base of the scene. Chewy Center. Hi, Zemi. You like my original snap? I commented on the blank wall to the right of me. I tried to retain all the good things, but add Flynn. Is he too close? Too busy? I'm torn. Think in advance. All right. So, yeah, very strong original scene. We got the relic here. We got some good light coming down. We got this fog. We got Scar lurking. Checked all the boxes. No, I think Flynn's great. I think he's great there. No, it doesn't make it too busy. I mean, think about it. Like, all you did was just put a character here. Like, that doesn't, I don't see how that one little thing would be like, oh, now it's too much. There's a person standing against the wall. I'm overwhelmed. No, you're fine. I wouldn't really worry about too busy unless, like, the snap is extremely cluttered. And if I can get rank 100 with this much going on, I think you're pretty safe. The whole too busy thing is actually not even a real thing. You see, a snap can never really just be too busy. I don't like to consider it busy. I like to consider it detailed. But what does count as the bad version of that, like what people actually think, oh, that's too much, is when you have a whole bunch of stuff in your snap that just doesn't make sense and it's all piled on top of itself. And it's also when people put tall items in the front and short items in the back, and now we can't even see the other items and everything is just cluttered. So as long as your build is set up in a way that allows for good visibility, it doesn't matter how like many villagers you add, people love seeing a crowd, depends on the theme. Like this was an expo, so this crowd made sense. But if I did this many people at the beach, it would be too much, right? At the beach, we're just going to use beach villagers and that's it. So it kind of varies from theme to theme. In yours, it works perfectly because Flynn is an adventurer. He is a rogue. He's going to be perfect here. Now, if you just threw Mirabelle in here and then you had Ariel next to her and then you put Mother Gothel over here, and then you had Jack Skellington in the fog, yeah, now you're getting into that zone where it's like, what are we doing? You're just adding villagers just to add villagers. That's where you get to too busy. If you're putting villagers into your scene and they make sense and they fit with the environment, you can have a ton of them and get away with it. I've got a whole bunch of snaps with a lot more going on than this that are in the top 100. So don't worry. You're nowhere close to too busy. It makes sense. All makes sense. Bob says, okay, said add more greenery, bring the relic up, changed all reaction, and add a motif. So I did all of that and spiraled because I couldn't get the angle right and I wasn't really happy with the glowing orb. So I changed it out, the relic, and of course changed the outfit because why not? Yeah, why not? Let's just start a new snap. I like this one, though. I think you did good with the relic here. This one's super fun, too, and I do like how close the... Oh, and Donald, like, celebrating the discovery of the relic. That's really fun. You have your untold creatures back here. I do really like this one, though. The dark orb with the two motifs around it. That looks freaking sick. I mean, you're going to be pretty good to go with both of these. The avatar does look really good in this one and in this one. So, I mean, I think the benefit of this one, though, is the surprise. We've talked about how strong this is this week. You just found a Fabled relic. Like, this thing shouldn't even exist. This should not even be real, and you and Flynn just found it. Flynn looks surprised. You look surprised. Donald is celebrating. So, I think this one's probably stronger from a storytelling element. I really like the way this one allows us to see more of this beautiful scene you've created, and it showcases the map really well. And we have Raja. There's a lot of, and I really love the motifs. But the avatar, she looks happy that she found it, but not really surprised. And Flynn's just given a thumbs up. You know, he's like, good job. We found a Fabled relic. That thing shouldn't exist. Yippee. You know, but this feels like you guys just found a Fabled relic. Flynn is in disbelief. Donald was overcome with joy. And the avatar is absolutely shocked. So, I also love the outfit here. The crop top, the binoculars, the adventuring pants, the dread hair, the goggles here. Really fun outfit. Also, the dog tag, necklace. Everything here screams adventurer. So, yeah, very solid. I'd probably go with this one between the two, but both are great options. T-Dow is next. Hi, Senpai. First photo is the OG. Second, and the second two are my options after your primary review. I was vibing with the fog. You suggested the smoke bombs on the edges instead. The fog can be a little risky. You also said Pirate Donald is fun. My shot with Donald, I kept the foreground the same, added the OG, but the second shot without him, I changed it to add more overgrown greenery. Yeah, I can't go wrong. You know, crawling plants were mentioned. I also changed the lurking creatures. Let me know your thoughts. Okay, so original, and then we got this one here, and this one here. Oh, both very good. Very good. So, the only thing is, if you do intend to use Pirate Donald, I would try to position him in a way to where we can see his eyes as well. When he's doing the happy celebration kind of here, where, because if you can slightly angle him so we can see his eye looking towards this, because we'll get a little bit more of his expression here. But you can do either one. And you can also just submit Donald like this. Like, that's going to be fine, too. I think that's really fun. Either one of these are going to be good. It just comes down to your personal preference. I do love the additional greenery. Like, you got a lot of good greenery in here. The green fog is really fun. I do think I actually like this one more, where you got rid of the gold coins. You got rid of the pirate table. This feels more like a long-lost realm. Because, you know, it's just overgrown with plants. There's no tables. There's the Fountain of Youth behind you. The lurking creatures, the danger presence, and then the chalice here. I really like this one. I think the green balances really well with the green fog in the back and the green on the sides. I would go with this one, but don't forget, you can also add Pirate Donald to this one as well. I just like this one more, not because it doesn't have Donald. I like it more because look at the way the green ties in this whole scene. Your foreground is always going to be like your trendsetter and kind of your, you know, the framing of the whole shot. When you fill out these bottom left and bottom right corners, that frames everything else. So bringing these deep greens into the base and having these deep greens throughout the photo, I think is really nice. Dizzy Chick, or Dizzy Chic. I think it's Dizzy Chic. Dizzy said, hello, thank you again for the advice. You mentioned the lighting could be better, and I am facing the sun, and it's sunset time of day. I played with the highlight and brightness setting to tweak it a bit. First is the original, second is after the adjustments. Well, you're not in the sun here. So, we can tell you're not in the sunlight here. It's not just your settings. You have no shadow. This is all in shadow. Let me give you a tip on the sunset time of day. I think what messed you up, Dizzy Chic, is a nice little caveat about sunset you might not be aware of. So, during the sunset hours, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., if we go to the second hour of sunset, this is the first hour, we're going to go to the second hour. Now, nothing changed, right? It seems like the exact same. Right now, it's 7:34, which means the game is calculating it as there are 25 minutes left. Now it's 7:35. There's 25 minutes left until the sun sets. Or is there? When you're on the last 10 minutes of the hour, the sun actually starts to descend and it will go under the horizon. It'll disappear. You'll still be using the sunset time of day, but your entire floating island will be covered in shadow. So no, you are not using sunset lighting here. You may be on the sunset time of day, but you're on the second hour and you're also on the last few minutes of sunset, which means the sun is gone. That's why there are no shadows from the avatar. There's no light hitting any of your walls. So no, this is a lot more than just setting adjustment. So you see how in this one you can see a shadow here and we can see a shadow here. You actually don't need your settings super adjusted if you just get in the sunlight. So a lot of people don't know this about the sunset time of day. They'll be building their scene at the sunset time of day, and then they'll snap their photo not realizing the sun is gone. It left 5 minutes ago. That's what you did. So in this photo, you have sunlight. We can see shadows. And again, this is nothing to do with your settings. It's just time of day. If anything, now it's gotten way too bright. But you really can't look at this picture, Dizzy, and tell me you have sunset lighting on this. You have to know you don't. You have to know. You got to be able to look at this and say, wait, something's not right. Everything is dark. Where's the light? There's no shadows. Nothing has a shadow. Why is that? Instead, you sent me your snap and said, I am facing the sun and it's the sunset time of day. Well, where's the light? Where's the light? You got to realize that something's wrong, right? We showed you on stream how it looks. So, sunset time of day. You can see shadows. You see my shadow here? You see the shadow of this log? This is with no settings. 0 settings, right? I haven't boosted saturation. I haven't boosted highlight. I haven't boosted anything. I'm going to come back and finish your review. Mods, will you guys play a sound in about 13 minutes? I'm going to come back and finish this review when the sun starts to set. And I'm going to show Dizzy Chic exactly what went wrong here. Because you actually don't need your settings to be this high. Let me show you... I'll show you your settings that you can use when you actually have the sunset lighting. And keep in mind, the sunset time of day I recommend using is 6 p.m., not the 7 p.m. hour. Because if you're using the 7 p.m. hour, that's the hour the sun is eventually going to set under the horizon. And in order to have sunset lighting, you can't have the sun below the horizon, which happens during the second hour of sunset. That's exactly what's going on in yours. Now that you have your sunset time of day figured out, we got to talk about your settings. Because in your original photo, you boost your character lighting, but again, you have no light hitting any of this. You have your character lighting to light up your characters, but there's no light hitting this pillar. There's no light in your grass. There's no shadows from anything. Everything is dark, even though you have blue sky in the back. So this, as we mentioned, you're either in the shade, you have no sun, you have no sunlight. If you're using the sunset time of day and you do not have sunlight hitting your scene, you got to figure out why. You got to say, hang on, something's wrong. Either there's a giant tree in front of you blocking all the light, or the sun is mysteriously absent. All you got to do is pan your camera and check your sky. And if you can't see the sun, Houston, we have a problem. Okay. So with your sunset lighting, let me show you a good way to set up your sliders. Because I think the issue you're running into now is you've overcompensated. Because I think you were under the assumption that this was sunset lighting. You were under the assumption that you did have sunlight hitting the scene. So you're like, I guess I really have to brighten it to make sure the sunlight shows. But as you can tell here, these are 2 different times a day. This one is at the very end of sunset, where the sun drops below the horizon and no longer lights up the scene at all. This one is actually with the sunset lighting, but you boosted it a whole lot because you were under the assumption it's going to look like this. So let me give you some good settings. And like I said, in about 10 minutes, we're going to come back. We're going to stop reviewing, and I'm going to show you the sun setting, and I'm going to show you how dark it gets. But that's something you guys got to catch. Okay. So let me give you some great settings here for optimal sunset lighting for the kind of scene you have. Now, normally, I don't use character lighting, but as you can see, my character is actually dark on the left side because she's facing away from that sun. So we are going to be using character lighting this time around. But usually with sunset time of day, I don't even bother with character lighting. It's not necessary unless they're, unless there's shade on one side. So let's go through our settings. First thing we're going to do is set focus to 2% to remove the blur from the background. That way we can see the hyena eyes. Very next thing we're going to do, we're going to take saturation to 0.3. Now we're going to go down to vignette, and we're going to set vignette to -20. Now we're going to go to highlight, and we're going to set highlight to 0.4. And finally, we're going to go to, well, there's 2 things left. We're going to go to character lighting, and we're going to set our character lighting to about 25%. And then we're going to go to light bloom, since I'm right here in this door frame, and we get this very bright golden door. And we're going to set our door to, our light bloom to 1% to get that door frame to calm down. And there we go. So you see how crisp the lighting and colors are here? How everything feels very natural, very balanced. Nothing feels super bold or super bright. So like I was saying, my concern here is I think you overcompensated here. So now it's, we see the door is so bright back here that it's kind of blurring out Flynn's face on his right-hand side. And we also have boosted character lighting, even though you're facing the sun here. And where we're getting the light reflection, the colors are so bold that we don't get the details of the coins here. It's just like a yellow pocket. And the torch here is also very bright. So if you use those settings I just showed, if you go with, you can rewind, you can look through with the exact settings and give you a recap on those settings for that sunset time of day, for the kind of scene you have here. We're running 2% focus, 0.3 saturation, -20 vignette, 0.4 highlight, and I'm running 25% character lighting, but you don't even need character lighting because you're facing the sun. I am running 25% only because I'm facing away from the sun. And then light blooms at 1% because you see that doorway and also your torches. You see how bright they were? You can mute them a little bit to make your scene a bit more crisp. This is something you would only need to do if, you have really bright pockets like that. But yeah, we're gonna come back to your review here in just a few minutes. Once the sun starts to set. So we got about 7 minutes or so. But yeah, you want to use the sunset lighting. Being at the sunset time of day does not mean you're automatically using the sunset lighting. You can either have a giant tree blocking the sun, or the sun could be setting. My suspicion here is that the sun is setting because here it's fine. So in this one, you're probably on the first hour of sunset, or you're on the second hour and it's in the first 45 minutes of the second hour. In this one, you're on the last 15 minutes of the second hour and the sun has dropped below the horizon, meaning you're not getting that good light. We'll come back to that when the sun starts to set here. Janelle is next. First is the original, second is the updated. As I was watching your stream, I was waiting for your suggestions on mine. I saw how you suggested too many others to add characters to tell a story. So I actually worked on the second one while watching, and sure enough, you said add characters. Thank you so much, Senpai. Also, Jen is totally fine. Okay, gotcha, Jen. Sounds good, sounds good. I'll try to remember that. My name is pronounced Janelle, in case you were curious. Oh, Janelle. Okay, gotcha, Janelle. I'll try to remember that. I'll call you Jen for now, if that's okay. So this is the first one. Beautiful scene. You got the lurking creatures. You got a good adventurer. You got some beautiful fireflies, nice aurora. Really good colors and lighting here. And the main thing we were talking about was how you can tell a story with the scene. Very nice. Looks like you can pivot a little bit, put the statue on the left-hand side, which is great. Ziggy, stop. Oh, I remember what that alarm's for. It's to make sure I win my Pokemon Go showcases. I need to check my phone. Okay. So yeah, the original and now the new. You have Flynn. He's like, wow, we found it. Donald's in the back like, oh my god, you guys did it. The avatar is nice and shocked. Very good, very good. Super solid, looking really good here. Maybe a little green tangled ombre bush kind of popping up down here in the corner could be nice as well. And same recommendation I have for you and many others. I would encourage you to go with, you see how different the green of this plant is? Like, this plant stands out so much on this grass. Like, the grass is so dark. I know it's easy to think, oh, I need to use like this on the plateau for a jungle. But with these vibrant greens, the vibrant green grass can often work really well. So I would consider that for future snaps. If you're going to do an outdoor build, I pretty much always exclusively run the meadow biome because the grass is a lot more manageable. And you might say, well, I want tall grass. Well, you can add it. That's a nice thing. If you go into landscaping, there's all kinds of tall grass you can add to your builds to make it look very overgrown. That way you get the best of both worlds. You get nice tall grass, you get all the greenery you want, but you also get these nice lush greens that pair really well with the flowers. Sir Turk. Thank you for the advice. I have a few more hours, final edits, but already appreciate the thoughts. Moved this to the Meadow Island, incorporated your advice for the archway. Some smoke bombs, was able to position Beast and Soli. For lurking creatures, found a couple of motifs that work to make the orb a bit more of a relic as well. All right, so this was yesterday. I really like the concept of the Cave of Wonders here, but the risk we run is that, you have a foggy backdrop, and we're kind of combining the jungle element with the desert element, and we wanted to see, you can keep this one saved if you want to use it, but now we have this one. Okay, I really like the direction you've gone in here. Pose is good. You have your lurking creatures, and you're using the meadow biome, which is great. Nice lush green to pair with the jungly environments. I would be very cautious of having like large trees here. Instead, you could have the large trees in the back. That way, you won't have these big shadows on your walls, and all of these vibrant colors of your walls are going to come through very nicely. And you're also using the Ancient's Landing trees. I would consider the jungle trees. They're very similar. They have the same shape and the same vines, but they're a more vibrant green. They're going to pair very well with the jungled themed plants and the vibrancy of the green grass here. Lastly, if you wanted to, instead of like these two gemstones, you could have an adventuring buddy with you. Donald in his safari outfit could be really fun right here. But yeah, the motifs are fun. I'm more of a fan of the round motifs because they can work really well here, but the crystal heart is also very cool. And give me 1 second, you guys. I'm going to grab my phone. Graceful Line said, hey, Semi. It's Delianica, the one who said thanks for the Iron feedback. Just want to say thank you for your kind words. I need that to get up and work today. I'm considering career shift, and that was very motivating for me. Hope you're having a good day. Well, thank you, my friend. I certainly am. I hope you are as well. And career shifts can be scary, I remember when I was moving into streaming full-time. I was a full-time chef before that, and I was very comfortable in my life as a chef. I never really believed in myself as a streamer. I never really thought I had what it took, but a lot of people believed in me, and that kind of motivated me to believe in myself. And then I took the leap, and it was scary, but, here I am. Over 6 years later, still doing what I love. Thank goodness. If it wasn't for you guys and the generosity of this community and the people that watch my videos, I wouldn't be here today. And I couldn't keep being a chef for the rest of my life because I have a lot of health issues. And with the nerve issues, it was only a matter of time before I would have to shift into something else eventually. So I was very fortunate that the universe blessed me with this opportunity. And that's exactly what a career shift can be sometimes, a real blessing. It could be something that can totally shift the whole paradigm of your life. It's definitely something you want to think carefully about for sure, because it's a very, can be a very big decision, and it can sometimes be a scary decision. But very happy to hear that you're, motivated for some very exciting change. Okay, we got author here. So this is the original, and you know, we talked about the adventure aspect, so it looks like they've pivoted. So they have this gold plant as their relic. Okay. Flynn is watching your back. Oh, you guys are like surrounded by danger. That's pretty fun. So we have Scar lurking on the side. We have Sima coming up from this side. Gaston in the back ready to steal the relic for himself. And then you and Flynn back to back reaching for, and you're reaching for the plant. Very cool. Very cool. Theme is a lot stronger here. I also like the little, you know, relic symbol here at the top. Very fun. Very fun. Tintil. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. Okay. Let's go back real quick. Let's go back. So now we should be able to showcase the sun setting. Look at these shadows creeping across my body. Do you see them? They're going to slowly get bigger. And if we pivot towards the sun, you're going to notice, let's set our light bloom to 1%. You're going to notice the sun is a little bit lower than it was earlier. And it's going to continue a slow descent until it is actually below the horizon. And you can see the shadows progressively darken throughout the scene. Eventually, it's going to get to the point to where everything is dark. We'll come back again in about 5 minutes. But you can already see down here, you see these shadows starting to lengthen. It's because on that final hour of sunset, like we said, you know, the sun is actually in a descent. When you watch it, it's hard to see because it moves nice and slow. But if I put my cursor right here, can you tell? My cursor was on the sun. Now my cursor is actually several points above the sun. So if I move it down again, now we're touching the sun again. So yeah, be very careful of that last hour of sunset. We can already see it's getting really dark here in this pocket. Look at the difference here. Let's change time of day back 1 hour. Both are sunset time of day. But on one of them, the sun has began its descent. So if you know, when I say to use the sunset time of day and have the sun behind the camera, the sun will not be behind the camera if it is descending into the horizon here. And eventually it's going to get to the point to where the whole scene becomes dark. Very tricky. It'll get you. It's got me a few times. Like I'll be working on my snap and I'll snap the shot and then I'll go to save it and then I'll be like, wait a minute, like something's wrong. Like this doesn't look like it's supposed to. And then come to find out, you know, I sat for a while and now it just got, you know, it ended up getting super dark. Looks like I'm still going to win a few of my showcases. Yeah, I'm trying to get my Platinum Showcase badge, which is going to be tough. You also get a very special Pikachu in a lab coat if you can do that. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Okay. Should be good. All right, all right. Yeah, now it's getting really low, as you can see here. And it'll actually, at the end of the hour, it'll still be sunset. It won't transition to night right away. we'll come check it out again here in a few minutes. Caroline added Scar and kind of morphed the 2 previous versions into one, and I love how it looks. Thank you again for the feedback. First one, Scar added. Second and third, previous versions. Okay, so this is the one with Scar. Yeah, you had a perfect spot for him here. Love the outfit. The Milo outfit's really nice here. Great interaction with you and Donald. Now you have your lurking danger and your untold creature in the back. So this is the before and the after. Very nice, very nice. Well done, Caroline. You should be pretty safe this week. Looking good. Dekai, you suggested I moved around the flowers and on the right, so they were facing, they weren't all facing the same direction, and use the green Ethereal plant on the right. First one is the old one. So old, and mostly we're talking about this corner here, where we can rotate some of these flowers, and also add a nice little flower, or a bush coming in the base. And there we go. Now we got a bit more greenery. We've rotated the flowers a bit. Perfect, perfect. Very strong. Love Scar here. Love that you have the chalice here and the orb in your hands. Very fun. Looking good, Dekai. Very solid. Messy Mother Crafter, you suggested I go less risky and make the theme more obvious. Adventure vibes. Hopefully my change do that. I decided to pretty much keep the backdrop the same and change my relic. I did a night shot, but I don't think it came out as strong as the first one, so I also did sunset. Okay, so first one here, and then we have our night shot. It's probably due to the angle. So here's the thing. The reason this one is going to look better is because when you use character lighting, it actually comes in from the left side. So when your avatar is pivoted towards the left, so the character lighting is hitting them perfectly. But now in your new one, your avatar is pivoted towards the right, and you see how the character lighting is hitting her left side. So if you were to take this green item here, if you want to do the night shot, you can take your Sense of Self lamp. If you put it here, and you have your avatar do this same pose, facing the same way, you would get the good lighting you have here. So, unfortunately, character lighting, it doesn't just light up the avatar. It basically shines a light from that left-hand side of the screen into the right. So, you can take note of that. You know, if you wanted to do the nighttime and get the same good character lighting that you have here, you're going to want to do the same angle. You want to do the same angle. And this goes for all of you guys that are ever wondering, why is my character lighting only lighting up half of my character? If you want the character lighting to light up the whole character, you want to pivot the character towards the character lighting angle. And that always comes from this like left-hand side, you know, kind of like we see here. Perfect example, right? We see really good lighting on this avatar, and on this one, half the avatar is dark. So what you could do, Messy Mother Crafter, is you could do the same pose, and you could put your Sense of Self lamp here on the left-hand side. That way you'll get that good lighting on the avatar. I would do the same pose you had here, and I would angle the avatar in the same direction. So if you want to go with the night one, that's what I would recommend. That way you'll get the same quality that you had here, but with this new outfit. And you could, if you don't feel like doing that, you can also do the sunset time of day. But I think for your scene with all these beautiful glowing elements, I do think night is going to be even better. So I would stick with the night concept, but you'll want to position your avatar at this angle to really catch that lighting. But yeah, the addition of Scar, switching out Scar, having these lurking creatures, I think is looking really good. Beyblade. Hi, your take support to move Scar a little bit further back and move the bones into a better position so they could be seen once that's done. I also took the liberty of throwing gloves on my avatar and putting some old scrolls behind her. Yeah, I do love gloves here. If you have the Beekeeper gloves, they're really nice too, but there's other ones that work well. Well, I think the Beekeeper gloves work best with long sleeves. You have short sleeves. I'm not sure how far down the Beekeeper gloves go, so probably short, since you have short sleeves, probably something different. First is the original, the next two are the new. I like the two photos out of the newest ones, but let me know what your take is. Okay, so this is the original. We just talked about Scar lurking a bit further back, but he would cover these bones, so we talked about moving the bones up. So now we have this one here. Yeah, I love the bones right here in the foreground. Very noticeable, very ominous. Scar's a little bit further back. Looks like you just stepped on a twig, which is fun. And then we have this one as well. This one has a bit more fireflies. I think they're a little brighter. I would say the second. They're both really good. This one, the fireflies are a bit more tame, and this one, they're a bit more bold and impactful, but it keeps everything good about the first one. So I think this one is my personal preference, but both of them are very likely for 4K. Great job. Tori's next. I added more foliage and diversity into the trees, and I was today years old when I found out there was also character lighting. Oh yeah, dude, character lighting is clutch. Well, that's going to be a game changer for you, my friend. Old versus new, I don't know if the motif makes sense, but here's my updated snap. Okay, so the original, we talked about diversifying the tree line here. And yeah, great. You know, the character lighting definitely helps them shine well. I think the motif is fun, adds a bit of magic to the element here at the base. And yeah, the good diversity in the tree line is also very good. And some extra foliage. So yeah, this is looking great. This is looking a lot more competitive. The characters are very well lit here. Another thing that could be fun. Oh yeah, now it's getting nice and dark. I think now the sun is gone. Yeah, we're at the point now where the sun is actually gone. There's still actually, I don't think there's really any light left. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So we still have, you know, that sunset time of day kind of sky where it's blue. But as we can see here, you know, the sun has descended completely in the horizon. And it's still not nighttime in the game yet. So it'll have you thinking it's still sunset. But you want to be aware of it in that last 15 minutes. So, you know, I would say before you snap your dream snap, if you're ever using the sunset time of day, just double check that you're on that first hour of sunset. So it should be lights going from off to on. That's how you'll know. Because this is the second hour right now. If we go to the second hour of sunset, even though it's technically past the hour, it's 8:02. Look at how dark the second hour of sunset is. Even though now it should be back to normal, but it actually doesn't go back to normal until like 5 minutes past the hour, or some, I think like 5 or 7. So first hour sunset looks like this. Second hour sunset is looking like this. Very dark. So yeah, be cautious, guys, because the sunset time of day is extremely beneficial, extremely useful, great lighting, great quality and saturation of colors. But if you let time get away from you, you'll end up with no lighting. So just be aware. Now, what I was going to recommend for you, for your scene, if you have these items, the Chandelier of the Deep can be really great to cast light like onto your artifacts. So you know how you have your sword? If you put like a Chandelier of the Deep on a table and you put it near it, it can actually light it up really well. If you wanted to add any extra light, you just want to make sure we don't see the chandelier because it's kind of an immersion killer. But look at how great this thing is for adding light into dark spaces. Like we see this area over here. You see how dark these walls are without it? But then when we hide the chandelier behind the tree, boom, beautiful light. This can also work really well even in sunset. Alrighty. Next up, we got Bethany. Hey, Savannah, your advice was to change up the villager and place Scar in the background being sneaky. I also had a foliage blocking the den. I changed the foliage to stop blocking the den. And changed my outfit. OP is the first photo. I also tried to get closer. Thank you and appreciate your thoughts and advice. I actually really like the Milo outfit, though. If you want to use it, there's nothing wrong with this outfit. I think it's great. Super fun outfit. But if you do want to pivot into like the leather jacket, like Indiana Jones style, that's fine. But the Milo outfit is a wonderful adventurer outfit, by the way. So if you do really like this, you know, there's nothing wrong with this one. Okay, I really like the changes here. Like taking the chest of gold away, now we were able to have a lot more lush greenery in the base. Scar creeping up on you through the grass is really nice. Untold creature lurking here for sure. We can see the den in the back, which is wonderful. And I also really like the addition of the butterflies here. Very fun. Yeah, really good job, Bethany. Really good job. Between the two, I would go with this one because you're actually facing the artifact a bit better here. In this one, you're facing kind of towards the camera a bit more. In this one, you're facing more towards the artifact. And in this one, you got some great butterfly action right around, the front of the scene. Miss Griffey, I listened to what you had to say about the lighting and selecting the relic. I hope this new snap is better. First picture is the original, and second is the improved picture. Thank you for all the time and advice. Of course, of course. So this was the original. Big thing we talked about is lighting. Lighting is so important. And then we talked about theme, about making that theme really obvious and apparent. So going over to the new one, yeah, this is a million times stronger. Very good, very good. So we have a dark, rainy scene. We don't get to see the expression of the avatar. We don't get to see the relic. And again, lighting is one of the most essential parts of any Dreamsnap challenge. We go into this new one here, and we get to see this look of surprise on the avatar's face as they found this fabled relic, this vase here. And we have really good lighting coming into the scene. You've added a lot of plant life. I would reposition Donald. You want to make sure your characters are visible, but not clipping into the item. See how his beak is going into the vase a little bit? If you were to pull him back a little bit, you can fix that issue. And then also keep in mind, something we talk about a lot, Miss Griffey, is trying to play the camera close to the avatar. If you look at what a lot of other players are doing, they're putting their relics right here, kind of at the front, and then they have the camera very close to the avatar. You see how noticeable Beyblade's avatar is here? If you can pull off that same thing, the trick here, though, is to use an item that pushes the camera forward. The Vizier's Alchemy table can do this really well. You get it from Jafar. You do have Eternity Isle, so you can definitely use that item if you wanted to. Some really, some really good things to utilize there. But I would, be conscious of that. I would be very conscious of just how impactful it is and just how much voters love seeing the avatar close. You don't have to worry about it this week. You've already improved your Dreamsnap significantly. You're checking all the boxes. You have your relic. You have your untold lurking creature. You have an adventuring buddy. You're showcasing your surprise at finding the fabled relic. You have good lighting. This is a huge step in the right direction. So very good job here. From here, I would encourage you for future submissions, try to get into the habit of figuring out how to really play up the avatar, how to push the camera closer, how to feature your villagers and your avatar right at the front of your scene to make your scene even more impactful. You can do a lot of really good things here. Dreamy Dewdrop is next. Hey, Zabai, you don't have too much feedback besides trying to add something to the middle of my relic. I ended up purchasing the wall set to see if I can make a better addition to my snap. Now I'm torn. I have 3 ones because the butterfly is flying in the orb unexpectedly. I'd love to know your thoughts. Appreciate you always taking time to review these. Of course, of course. So we have the original here. And we have this one here. Beautiful. And, oh, I do love the addition of the walls. Now you have those breathing walls, really. I love the motifs around the orb here. Great job. And the rushing wind looks really good. Flynn's excited about the magic. You and Donald are excited about the orb. And Scar is lurking in the back with his den. Very fun. And we have the hyenas back here as well. Yeah, really good. Really good. I would say I would definitely go with the one that has these new wall pieces. In particular, I would go with this one because you're pivoted a little bit more, and because of that, we can see this archway really well in the back, whereas on this one, your hair and your backpack kind of get in the way of the hyena den and the archway in the back. So I would say this one's your best bet due to the avatar positioning, the walls, Scar, the storytelling, the motifs on the orb. Everything is looking really good here. Very well done, Dreamy Dewdrop. Tazzy said, I changed out my relic, tried to get closer. Also did one with the gloves on my avatar, but not sure if it made that much of a difference. Yeah, gloves, it's a little thing. So, original, new. Now you have the chalice here. Very nice, very nice. And, yeah, the gloves are fun. I mean, it's a very small difference. I don't think it's going to carry that much weight, but it is a good detail. If you were a little closer to the camera, like Beyblade was, if you were to angle if you were Like Beyblade added gloves. Look at how impactful this is. In Beyblades, they have these like long fingernails and open hands. Now they have these gloves and no long fingernails, and their avatar is right at the front of the scene, so it makes a really big difference here. On yours, you have your avatar, you have your relic at the very front of the scene, and you're behind it, so you're a little bit smaller compared to Beyblade, so no changes like that aren't going to be as noticeable. But if you were to do something, you know, more like me or Beyblade, where we're putting the relic kind of on the left-hand side and putting the avatar right at the front, then those details are going to come in a lot more impactful. Overall, solid changes. I would try to keep maybe the darker table here. I would avoid... You see how all your colors come in really well here? Also, your saturation was, I think, a little stronger here, maybe 0.6. Here, it's a little bit paler. And also, your table is white. So I would maybe go with a darker color for the table, just so it doesn't suck the color out of the surrounding environment. And again, I can't stress enough just how impactful the sunset lighting is. Let's go back to Beyblades again. Beyblade has gotten 4K on every snap for the past like 8 months, and they're pretty much always using the sunset time of day. Look at how bold and saturated the colors are in a sunset scene. Everything is super vibrant. The sky is a deeper shade of blue. The greens are more green. It's the golden hour. It's commonly used in real-world photography as the best time of day to do a photo shoot. So that's why it's so powerful in Dreamsnaps as well. It's just well known for being the best lighting. You don't have to worry about it this week because you can only use the golden hour if the sun is in the right location. But if you were on the golden hour, this doorway would be lit up. And if the doorway gets too bright, all you have to do is set your light bloom to 1% and it'll fix that issue. But if you do go to sunset time of day and the sun's not behind the camera, it's not going to be ideal. Wishing Stardust, I said bye. I'm so thankful you looked at my snap because I honestly had blinders on for that jean jacket. Not sure why. I ended up reworking my snap a ton. Well, let's take a look at everything. So the original here. Ooh, I really like the new one. I really like the new one. This is really nice. So we got some good lurking creatures, really good storytelling with the villagers. Even have Stitch as a little monster back here. That's so fun. I love the new outfit. Now, the only downside here is with all the trees being played up so close, I love the vines hanging down. This gives it a really dense jungle feel, but we're not getting much light in here. So what you could do to make up for that is you could boost the highlight a little bit. If you dial up the highlight and then also adjust the saturation, you can still make this very colorful and vibrant, which tends to perform very well. You know, just use your better judgment because sometimes people can take the settings a little bit too high. But yeah, I think the new one is a really positive direction. This is looking really, really good, Wishing Stardust. I do think, and also if you have fireflies, they could be really good in the canopy here because that would add some like, you know, nice little yellow light elements that are going to help break apart some of the shadow and shade we have here. So highlight, saturation, and potentially fireflies can be really good. Tigress. The changes you mentioned. All right, let's take a look. I won't have time to read everybody's dialogue because it's already 8:30 or 8:13, and I got to get up early tomorrow for the Twitch drops and update stream. So, original here, new here. So you got your Untold Lurking Creatures. Lighting looks a lot better in the new one. I like that you added a motif in here as well. And you brought your avatar a lot closer. Yeah, very good, very good. I also love that you brought in an adventuring buddy with Flynn. This feels a lot more competitive. If you have fireflies, they could be really nice. Layered with this darker green tree here. Could be fun, could be fun. Very good, Tigers, very good. Heather is next. Starts filling out the left side. That's right, that's right. Yeah, we have a lot of opportunity on the left side for some more ground decor and details. I also like that you kind of dial down the makeup because you have like a lot of lip and eyeshadow here. And now you look more like an adventurer. It looks like you muted it a little bit. You got yourself interacting with the relic here really well. Both of these are good options. The one with Flynn, I feel like, has a nice balance to it, but also with Donald, you have even more storytelling and celebration here. You know, we can clearly see Scar lurking in the back. I still see some opportunity here for, like, you know, maybe a little fern or brackish. There's, like, you know, there's snake plants. There's little things that you can put here where we can still see over them and see Scar. Because you have so much, like, diverse flora on this side. And we still have a nice open pocket here where we can add a tiny bit of very small stuff. But, you know, if you don't want to work on it anymore, this is looking very solid. Also, be careful. Make sure you hide these lights. You don't want the lamps visible when you're using that silhouette option. Lisa, thank you for a review. Update both scenes. Okay. Oh, lighting got a lot better here. And yeah, the big thing was that you weren't really, it didn't look like you were interacting with your relic. So you're kind of facing this corner of the scene, but the relic is back here. Now in your new one, you brought the relic up, and it looks like you're looking directly at it with disbelief. Very good. Flynn is interacting with it. Yeah, you've really nailed the interactions here. Great job, great job. And between, and you have a new one here. I'll be honest, I think this one is definitely your best bet. Lighting is very strong. Saturation is very strong. You're checking all of the boxes. You've featured your relic really well. In this one, you know, you have a lot bigger of an area, but because of that, you have a lot more open areas. It feels a bit emptier, doesn't feel as overgrown. Whereas in this one, we get that dense jungle feel. Little Jim, thank you as always for the help. Let's see. So yesterday's, yeah, I think we talked about more lush greenery down here at the base and opening up. Oh yeah, you did open up the gateway for Beast. Now he really stands out. I was a little worried about that because with Beast back here in this small window, they might not notice him. The voters might not catch him. But now that we have all this vibrant green back here in this big open doorway, now he's very visible, which is great. And you have a really strong interaction with your relic. Great position for Flynn. And look at how great these additional greens are in the corner now. So, you know, we had like more treasure here yesterday, but because of that, you know, with just the pocket items, it feels a little empty down here in this bottom corner. We have all this lush greenery that kind of stops right about here. But now that lush greenery continues and we still have some little relics down here, and it just feels more overgrown, more like a long-lost realm, and really great job fixing the Beast display. Really, really well done, little Jim. Excellent work. You did a great job with the advice. Meredith is next. So this was yesterday's. We talked about bringing in a relic. We talked about filling in the space here. And we also talked about, you know, the Greek-inspired gazebo and the Phil statue and the rainbow don't quite fit the jungle scene we have here. Now, in your new one, so is this ball of light your relic? Kind of hard to see. I would be really cautious of just using a ball of light because it's not like a physical item. That's why a lot of people that are using that blue orb, they're putting motifs inside of it. That can definitely help, like a solid sphere and different items. What could work better for you here is if you got closer to the camera and you put a little table with your relic on it down here in the foreground. Now, the background is looking way better. Adding the waterfalls in here, you know, everything feels more jungle-esque, but also you want to be wary of these big kind of open spaces. In these open spaces, you have opportunity for smaller villagers, you have opportunity for companions or pets, you have opportunity for more greenery. There's so many things you can do down here, even like broken stones or pieces of rock. You know, think about how you can detail this little section in the foreground as well. Holly, thank you for your advice. Change my outfit, add the green smoke in the back. I got 2 versions. All right. So already looking pretty good with yesterday's. Now, I really love the outfit change here. If you want to wear the white undershirt, I'm wearing the white undershirt. You can still wear white, but I would definitely wear an overcoat. That way it doesn't look too clean because we just trekked through the jungle. So the nice thing about the jacket is it's going to hide the sweat stains and the dirty pits and all that stuff, you know. So, like, at least, you know, if you have a white shirt under the jacket here, that'll be totally fine. I would just caution against all white because it's very clean for a trip through the jungle. And Yeah, the addition of Donald is really nice, and I love the fog you put back here. That looks really good. It brings more attention to Scar. We really want the voters to catch him. Yeah, really well done. Very, very solid, Holly. Great final product. LOTR. You mentioned Treasure being a risky option for the Relic. I also swapped out the Forgotten for something more like a creature. I also adjusted the decor in the background with a new snap. I did 2 options. I really like the Rose one, but maybe that's also too risky. We'll see. We'll see. So this was the original. Beautiful submission, but I caution from... You don't want it to feel like Treasure Hunt Extravaganza. You want to make sure it feels like Fabled Relics. So now we have a Relic here. Oh, Beast protecting the Rose is actually kind of a fun story, though. Yeah, there might be risk with the Rose, because since it's like a plant, like an enchanted plant, and since it dies, slowly, it's not something that would last like thousands of years in a long-lost realm. So storytelling-wise, there could be some holes in the story, but the magic of the story is awesome. Like, Beast being the lurking creature to protect it makes a lot of sense. And I think it's a lot safer to highlight this than it would be Treasure. So if you wanted to go with the Rose concept, you can see how it does. Could be good. And then we have this one as well. This one's really fun. Though I do really miss the lush green plants you had on this side. This is so pretty, the way you have these plants with the light bouncing off of them. What if you did this same table? Like, I would say for this one, if you want what I would consider the safest kind of option, it would be this exact scene, but with the Lioness Relic on the table. And then if you don't do the Rose, then I wouldn't have the rose petals and the pink. I would have just like green fog for Beast. And if you end up going, unless you want to stick with the Rose concept, because I think this is a really fun angle. I think you're right that there could be some risk involved here, but it really feels like a long-lost realm. I think you nailed that. All these vines growing in the back, the roots kind of growing up the mossy castle, the plants on the left and right-hand side. The framing is so good here. These thorns kind of breaching in on this end. The framing here is just phenomenal, and I think it's so beautiful. So I wouldn't go with this one because I think the giant gray table here and the bubble just kill the color on this side, whereas the color here, look at how beautiful this is. These lush greens on the sides. If you're worried about the Rose, you could just use this same exact setup and pivot to the Lioness statue here, and then you could lose the rose petal animations for Beast back here if you wanted to, and go with green to play up these greens even more. Or you can just stick with the Rose concept. But I probably wouldn't do this one because I think it hurts the beauty factor a lot. Whereas this one, the beauty factor is, top-notch. JMR. Trying to find a short table. Okay, looks like you did find one. So, original. And then we have the new one here, and then there's one more. Oh, yeah, that one's very nice. I like this one. Yeah, I like the butterflies here. The orange butterflies are a really nice addition. And I do like that you got it a little lower, because now it looks like your eyes are on the relic. I actually really like the Evergem as a relic. I think that's a really fun one. And this one, it's your eyes are going a bit lower than the relic. So in this one, I think this one's really good, but I think this one's going to be your strongest. The wind works really well here. And if you wanted to, you could be a little closer as well, unless you just really want to catch the fireworks and the magic in the back. Mags. Hey, Zama, your advice is to fix the lighting and get the camera closer to the avatar, smaller build. I started shrinking my build before I got to your review and realized when I logged in, I got carried away by my creativity. Shrinking the build helps a lot with darkness. However, my biggest problem was the sun being an in-game tree that I can't move. Yeah, that's the tricky thing. That's why before you start your build, before you place anything, you want to be very sure you're in the right spot. Like if I start my build to where my character's going to be here, I'm going to be cursed by this giant tree. So before you build anything, you want to find a nice open space. Like right here where I am. And you want to go to the sunset time of day and double check that you're not going to be locked into any shadows, because you are going to have shadows like right here. So you want to be very careful with where you're choosing to make your build if you are going to be using that sunset time of day. Corin said, with Chandelier? Yeah, Chandelier of the Deep, Corin. Chandelier of the Deep. Keep in mind, to place it outdoors, though, you must have a table present. It will not let you even select this item if you... And the Icy River Kit does count as a table. But if you don't have a table present, it will not allow you to place the Chandelier of the Deep. So just keep that in mind if you want to use that trick. So yeah, main thing we wanted to fix here was the lighting. Very good, very good. Yeah, you did a great job. Look at the difference here. You know, when this pops up in the voting phase, this is going to be a lot more noticeable, a lot more clear and obvious to the voter. Now, I do think the Ancient Vacuum could be an interesting relic. It is kind of big, though. You know, I would advise choosing a relic that's going to be a little bit smaller, like something you can carry out of the jungle. You know, I think Ancient Machines could be fun here, but I think there's a good reason we're not seeing them really getting chosen as these Fabled relics. So the orb you had, I think, is great, but also we see things like the little lioness statues, ever gems. There's all kinds of fun things you can utilize here that could be really good. But yeah, great job not blocking up too much of the scene with darkness. I know right here, this looks like the spot where you said you're getting a tree hitting the scene. That's something you can't change, unfortunately. So what you can do, Mags, is keep that in mind for future snaps when you're about to start your build. When you choose your location, you don't want to build right here, of course, because we're going to have this big tree right here. And when... You know, we also don't want to build back here because we're going to have this big shadow here. So try to pick an area that's kind of towards the middle of the floating island where you're going to be free of these very intrusive shadows. That's something, once it's in place, you can't change without moving your whole scene. Of course, you could use your preset save option and save the scene in different preset groups and then relocate it, but that's a lot of work. Don't worry about that this week. Just keep in mind, you know, when you go to build your scene, that way you'll be able to avoid these shadowy zones. But overall, this is a massive improvement. This is going to be a lot more noticeable. My only recommendation from here is to consider, like, you know, what kind of small table and what kind of little artifact we can feature here. That's going to feel like something you could take from this jungle and retrieve and return home with. Messy Rebel! Messy Rebel said, "Hi, I'm your problem child. Sorry for being difficult." No, my friend. I already responded to you on Facebook. I told you you got nothing to apologize for. When it comes to wanting to keep your dream snaps private, I totally get that. I think that's a very reasonable position. I don't think that's silly or crazy. Though for the reviews, we started doing them in the forums because I want to get to where my DMs aren't flooded with dream snaps. I used to do all the dream snap reviews through DMs, and it got to where my DMs were just like absolutely exploding. So we made the forum, and my concern is if I start having people do private snaps, number one, people that are watching the reviews aren't going to see what I'm reviewing necessarily, and number two, I'm trying to keep my DMs open for contacts and everything else. So, you know, that was the main thing. You know, it's not, you don't want to apologize. It's your first review. I wouldn't sweat it. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Now, I think the concept of using the, I already responded to you on, I saw your post in the Dreamsnap Hub, and I replied there about my thoughts on this. I think this is really clever and really funny, but it does come with a couple of risk elements, of course. And the risk elements there would be, first off, there's two big risks. This snap relies on the humor of the rarity of this item. And a lot of people will get that joke, because a lot of people couldn't get this from the Storybook Veil shop for ages, and it was a big talking point in a lot of Dreamlight Valley groups in the social circles. But there is a huge demographic of this game that doesn't watch streams, that doesn't join Discord servers. They just occasionally read Facebook posts, but they're not part of these big social groups. So they might not be in on the joke at all. If you end up with those voters, they might just be confused, right? They might say, why is there a fence here? I don't understand. You know, they and if they don't get the humor, they don't get the joke, then it's going to be a lot harder to get their vote. But on the bright side, a lot of people out there, especially people that watch streams and participate in the community, and they are part of these social circles, they will get the joke. So that's one of the risks. The other risk here is that even if they do get the joke, there's also a demographic of voters that prioritize theme to a very high degree. And even if they think it's really funny and clever and unique, they might gravitate more towards a snap that is a bit more on the serious side. So that's your other risk. And that's kind of a risk with like any silly snap. But I think if it's, you know, if you really love the concept and it's really funny and fun, go for it, you know. If it doesn't get 4K, you'll know why. You'll know that your snap landed within a couple of those demographic elements we discussed. Doesn't mean it was a bad snap. It just didn't resonate with the voters you ended up receiving. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. The main thing I recommended, if you did choose to go with this, is to, you know, have these storytelling outlets. The downside with the setup for the scene, though, is we don't really have space for that. There's a few things we don't have, which would be, you know, it talks about the breathing walls, it talks about the crawling plants, which we do have, and then it talks about the untold lurking creatures. And if you look at a lot of the snaps out there, they're going out of their way to incorporate all of these different angles, these different elements. There's a lot of snaps that have these creatures lurking, this sense of danger on these adventures, which really makes an adventure more adventurous, is when there's that element of danger. It's a great element of storytelling. And oftentimes in Dreamsnap challenges, good storytelling beats humor. It beats a lot of different things. Good storytelling is extremely strong in Dreamsnap challenges. And that's not something I would worry about necessarily heavily incorporating this week, because that's going to require you to open up your scene to make more room for these lurking creatures. It's going to be a lot of extra work. It's the last day. These are things you can consider for future challenges. And also, don't be too hard on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself. You know, the main reason I want to discuss the privacy of Dreamsnaps is because I really worry that if people do this, it'll become a trend. And next thing you know, I'm getting 10 to 20 submissions a week where people are like, hey, I don't want my Dreamsnap showed on stream. I'm going to send it to you in a DM. And now the viewers can't see what I'm talking about. They can't see what we're reviewing. And now my DMs are getting busy. So that's the main reason I want to talk about it, was not to, you know, I'm not trying to be like, how dare you? You've ruined everything. You know, no, it's not like that. It's just basically, it was kind of an addressment to the whole situation. I don't want people to feel like they have to do this. And I also don't want, you know, I don't want it to become a norm, because it would make things more difficult for me in terms of reviewing the snaps, and it would also make things less educational and less fun for the viewers as well. So that was the main thing, you know, but again, you're not the problem child. You're fine, my friend, you're fine. Lighting here is really good. I think the scene's really fun. I think the idea is very clever. I think you should send it and see how it does. And if it doesn't, you know, perform exceptionally well and doesn't do exactly what you hope for, you'll understand that it's not because it was a bad concept. A lot of people think this is really funny. You know, I think it's hilarious. I think it's really clever. You'll understand it's just because the voters you happen to receive might not be part of the social circles. They might not have been aware of the joke. They might not have picked up on it. And since you added a little relic back here, it can almost, you know, even if people don't get the joke, now you've designed it in a way to where it looks like this relic might be, you know, locked up behind this fence potentially. So now this can give another element to people that may not pick it up. So I think that's pretty clever. My only advice from here would be, you know, if you were to go a tiny bit heavier with your fireflies, you get some great fireflies here, but we have a nice patch of darkness here. So if you were able to get some fireflies kind of hovering in this left-hand side, I think that would be really pretty too. Angie, hey, I got rid of the sign, potted pumpkin plants, and added some walls, changed the relic. Also, changed my dog and added Flynn. I'd never done a second review before, but thanks a ton in advance. All right, so we got your second review here. So this was the original, and now this is the new one. I love the shift here to the green smoke. That really plays well with the colors of your environment. Like you have these lush green trees in the back. Then we have the greenery here. And Scar kind of creeping out of the smoke here. We have Flynn here. And for the relic, we're using this clay jar. Okay. I do think something a bit more unique could be good here. I mean, the clay jar could be good as well. But I don't know, something, even like an ever gem, like something from your storage. I wouldn't do a regular gem because you don't want it to look like treasure, but the ever gem looks like a sculpted, piece of some kind of fabled artifact. Like, I think it could work really well. So you can also think about pocket items for your relic. The other thing is for your pose, the avatar has a little bit of a strange expression here. I think there's definitely poses you can utilize that are going to feign a bit more surprise. If you don't have Pluto, this could be a bit harder. But if you do have Pluto, the trick with the Pluto pose is getting it to work properly. What you have to do is you have to actually get really close to the camera, like so close that your head is going out of the frame like that. Once you're that close, now what you're going to do is you're going to go into selfie mode, turn about 45 degrees to the right, and then go back into portrait mode, and now activate the Pluto pose. From here, you pause it, you hide Pluto, and if you wait about 2 seconds, you'll have the surprised expression and your hands going outward like this. Now, this is going to pivot you towards the left, like now we're facing left, so now you can see the whole left-hand side of my avatar is a bit shaded and shadowed, so what we'll do is we'll enhance character lighting so I'm more visible. But before I would enhance character lighting, I would also adjust all the other things first, because character lighting is impacted by these things. So I would boost my saturation, I would pick up my highlight, then I would do my character lighting. And then we can set our light bloom to 1% to get that door to calm down. And there we go. Now we have great lighting, we have a great surprised expression, and we have a good beauty factor on the avatar here as well. With the pose you have here, the teeth are looking a little strange. That's not your fault. It's just how some of these poses work. They come in a little odd. And it looks like you're doing a pose where you're maybe holding one of the animals. So if you have Pluto, I think the Pluto pose can work really well here. But yeah, everything else you've done is looking really good. The color changes, the walls here, Flynn, your danger element, a lot of things looking really good here. Plum Bob. Oh yeah, these were fantastic. I really like this one. I kept coming back to this. This one I was talking about the Evergem. The Evergem looks amazing. And when you do a shiny Evergem, it looks like it's covered with magic. So a regular gemstone can be like riches, but the Evergem looks like a sculpted piece of ancient technology. This thing looks sick. Okay, yeah, I really like this one. But in your first one, you're kind of angled a little more towards it. In this one, we get a straight-up side profile. I do love the addition of Scar here. I think this is perfect. And you even have the Cobras. My only recommendation here would be if you can tilt the avatar just a little bit to where we can like see the eyelashes here on the other side, and we can kind of see her lip going around. This is a more flattering angle of the avatar than the direct side profile we have here. This can still work, of course, but I do think the avatar looks even better in the first shot, and I think that's going to be really important. I know it's tricky because you got to play with the angles and the pose to get it just right, but I think it would be worth doing. Everything else is perfect, though. Everything else is looking really good. But yeah, I really love the way the avatar looks in this one. Same with the Evergem here. So if you were able to get her angled like the tiniest bit more left, so we didn't have the direct side profile, what you can do is you can have this picture pulled up on your phone while you're playing, and you can check the angle to see if we can still see the eyelashes and the lip kind of going around. If you can nail this angle with these new features, I think you're perfect. Cozy Pixel Girly, you suggested upping the saturation, but any turned out that proved difficult, adding green smoke. No, Cozy Pixel Girly, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. If I recommended it, it works everywhere. It's not something. Upping the saturation is not something that works differently in a different location. If it did, I would mention that. I would say, hey, that's not going to be the same. It works the same everywhere. Adding the green smoke. Instead of yellow, I played around with the lurking villagers by adding the beast and brought in Flynn for some storytelling. First photo is the original. Thank you so much. Love your content. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. And yeah, this looks really good. So where you are when it comes to saturation, it doesn't matter. The saturation slider works the exact same in Eternity Isle. It works the exact same in Mythopia. It works the exact same in the Meadow. It works the exact same in the Plaza. All saturation does is embolden colors. It makes colors more vibrant. That's it. That's all it does. So your location is not going to make that any more difficult. Your lighting is what makes that more impactful. So it's not about which biome you're in or which DLC you're in. It's about having light hitting your scene and then increasing saturation so you can embolden the colors from that light. Out of your current options, I think this one looks the best. I think this is going to stand out the most in voting. Like this one, you don't have a lot of light hitting the scene. It has more to do with your time of day than it has to do with the biome you're in. So in this one, you see how you do have the light hitting the scene. You have the light up here, you have the light up here, and you have the light here. And also, when it comes to light, you can actually have saturation work well at nighttime. So here's a nighttime scene, right? We don't have any sunlight now. So even if everything is shadow, the absolute absence of the sun, we're going to return our settings to normal. So this is how it looks right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to enhance highlight. And now we're going to enhance saturation. And now, it still has an impact here. It just needs highlight. So when it comes to picking up on your saturation, if we go to your original photo, you have good lighting here. You see the sunlight hitting here. You see it hitting here. And also these orbs, they glow. They can actually, enhancing saturation will make them even more vibrant, even in the darkest of locations. It will actually make these blues more vibrant and your smoke more vibrant because all of these elements glow. So even if you're in a place where there's a lot of shadow, saturation's still going to impact this orb. It's still going to impact these trees. It's going to impact your fireflies. It's going to impact your smoke bombs. It's going to impact all that. That's why in this photo, your colors are more vivid. Now, it's not about whether I like vivid photos or you like vivid photos. When it comes to getting 4K, it's about what the voters choose over and over and over. And a vast majority of the things we see in the 4K range have very good saturation. They're using optimal lighting. They're using optimal saturation. So the big thing you got to consider is not what biome you're in, it's where your sun is. As we've discussed many times, when it comes to Dreamsnaps, theme is the most important thing. And the second most important thing is lighting. Because it's a photo challenge. And when it comes to photos, nothing is more important than how visible they are and how they are utilizing lighting. And that applies for both daytime and nighttime submissions. That is not just something for daytime. So if we look at nighttime submissions, whoops. With character lighting, with highlight, with saturation, with light bloom, all of these things can play a very big role in making sure a nighttime submission is very visible and has very strong lighting. Also, glowing elements. like these glowing lilies, or these glowing lilies, or the glowing blue algae. So in darker situations, your luminescent items are going to come in very handy. Like in this one, we talked about boosting the saturation because I was focused on these yellow orbs and getting them a bit more prominent. Also, I was hoping to get more color out of this fog because it looks very pale, and more color out of these blue wisps, and also more color out of these starlight projectors. All of these things would be affected by saturation even if you were in complete darkness because they glow. So keep in mind, you know, what I'm suggesting is not going to prove difficult based on what biome you're in, and if it were going to do that, I would let you know. So yeah, between your current photos, I would say this one is the strongest, has some good storytelling elements. However, as we've mentioned with many other reviews, my biggest concern here is during Lazy Cozy Day, I said over and over and over and over and over and over that the snaps that were going to steal the show, the snaps that were going to dominate the meta, were the snaps where the avatar was seated and being lazy. And that's what we saw. Every single snap in the top 3 is doing this. Every single one. Every single snap in the top 3 has the avatar sitting. And almost all, I haven't seen all the snaps in the top 100, but most of, I mean, so many people in the community were in the top 100 for this. Like, so many people that watch my stream. I would say at least, like, I don't know, it's probably like 30 different people. We probably make up like a third of the top 100 here. So I was saying the competitive play for this challenge was being seated because it plays really well with the laziness. This week, I'm saying something very similar. The competitive play this week is going to be performing a pose that interacts with your Fabled Relic. So if I were you, that would be kind of my main focus. Like, posing with the lantern is cute, but for me as a voter, and for many others, when the pose you're performing ties directly into the title of the challenge and tells a story in itself, it just makes it very, very strong, especially if you can do a beautiful photo as well. So currently, I would say your best submission would be the one where you have the good colors, the good, you have some nice, strong saturation on this one. Vivid photos stand out a lot better in the voting phase and are heavily favored in the 4K range. Lighting could be a bit better here, but that comes down to your choices and where you choose to build. The biggest thing is most of the high-end players, like the people we have here that are on like a 1-year plus 4K streak, everyone I know that is a consistent 4K earner, somebody that's just getting 4K for a year in a row, every single one of those people that I've reviewed is interacting with their Fabled Relic. Now, it is really good that you have some storytelling angles, like Flynn checking out the orb here. I think that's really strong. But I do think we have an opportunity for you to be interacting with the Relic, and I think that would make your snap even more competitive. But great job on the saturation and on the lighting here. You know, this is looking really good. And you got some great storytelling here. Bell B, Originals #1, work during the stream. And I have a new one to send you if time. You mentioned adding the green smoke bombs by the Hyena Cave. You also mentioned having Raja over Scar. I kept trying. I probably won't have time. It's almost 9 o'clock. Still have to do my snap. So, unfortunately, I will not have time to take any more submissions today. But if it's anything like what you have here, we should be pretty good. I mean, your snap is already looking really strong. Yeah, the Hyena Den looks really good back here. I'm trying to figure out where I like Raja the most. I don't have the new one, but if in the new one, if you have Raja in a really prominent spot, I would go with that one. Or if you've added Scar to the new one, I would go with that one. Currently, out of the existing ones you have, I kind of like the one where Raja's sleeping in the flowers here. And I think it draws a little bit of attention to the Hyena Den. But yeah, very solid changes. You have your Untold Lurking Creatures. You have your Fabled Relic. Good storytelling with Flynn. Great outfit for the avatar. And a beautiful skyline with all the fireflies here. Cam Bam. Original photo here. So the main thing we talked about is that there is no Fabled relic here. Very, very important. So we want that Fabled relic if possible. We also talked about how you can tell a story with your villagers rather than just having them kind of standing in the scene. That's how you can be more competitive. If you look at most of the 4K snaps, that's exactly what they're doing. So now you've got your relic, you're interacting with your relic, and you got Flynn also very excited to find the relic, drawing even more attention to it. So great job here, but as mentioned with the Pluto pose, there is a better point to pause it at where you're going to actually look surprised. So if I use the Pluto pose here, you're going to see right there, within about 2 seconds, after about 2 seconds of posing with Pluto, maybe 2.5, you're going to have this look of shock on your face. It's a very pretty look on the avatar as well, so it has a good beauty factor, but it also showcases that surprise, like you just found a Fabled relic. So this is what we're encouraging people to do with the Pluto pose. So, you know, I'm glad to see you're using the Pluto pose, but it looks like you're reaching out to pet something that's not there. Whereas if you posed like this, it would look more like you're reaching out to grab something that is there. So just like yesterday, you know, when you use your villagers, you don't want them just standing there. You want you want to tell a story. So now you've moved in that direction where we're telling a story with Flynn and we're telling a story with the avatar, but her story isn't quite as convincing. Flynn's is convincing. He's got his hands towards the item. He looks excited. She's looking off in the distance and she's got her hand on something that's not there. It doesn't look quite like she's reaching for this. So if you were, you know, play with the pose, change the angles, go into selfie mode, pivot, try to get the right angle and pause at the right moment to really tell your story. That attention to detail, taking the time to master these poses, this is something that's going to carry on for you for future snaps. It's going to make you a lot more skilled and adept at getting 4K. So if you put in the time now, you're going to learn valuable skills that are going to pay off down the road. The last thing I'll talk about here is that we have no untold lurking creatures still. So the challenge said that there would be breathing walls, crawling plants, and untold lurking creatures. You have this great green fog back here. Why not have Scar lurking out of the mist? You know, why not have an untold lurking creature present? Why not have Beast standing here in the mist? You know, that's gonna embody all the different avenues of the theme. Lastly, you do have a missed opportunity here in the foreground, big open space around this item. We can put more plants, we can have some fun flowers, we can have some little items like scrolls or something around it. I would detail kind of this little immediate area here as well. Taters. Haze I added a bunch of plants and greenery in the mid-ground, broke up the path, filled in my front corner, but made sure to remove the stuff blocking my foreground. Also changed the pants, but that was unintentional. I could change them back if others are better. Most updated is in the comments. Okay, so original here. And yeah, we talked about getting more greenery, kind of make this look more overgrown, give it more of a long lost realm vibe. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Really good job with the details here. Yeah, you crushed it. This is better than I even envisioned. These little mossy stones here, the broken pieces of path, like having a little cobblestone here, and then these little pieces of stone, the bushes growing out of the ground, the flowers here, the ferns. This feels a lot like a long lost realm. I think you did a really good job here. I mean, you don't have to change the pants if you don't have time, if you're a lurking creature as well. If you do, I think the other pants would work better, but these are fun. You know, the honeycomb pattern, they still look like something you can wear on an adventure, so they can still work. So if you don't have a lot of time this week, or if you don't want to set up your villagers again, I think you're pretty safe here. It's looking pretty good. There are a lot of strong snaps out there, though. And your sun, unfortunately for you, is really far off to the left. It's not quite behind the camera. If it were, you would get a lot more color on like the back of some of these trees and also on these trees. But your sun is way off to the left-hand side behind the camera. So for future snaps, what I would recommend, luckily with your character lighting, that's, you know, fixing it on your villagers, and you're still getting some good light on the stones in the back, and you play with some good silhouettes back here. But for future snaps, when you start to build, I would just recommend trying to angle your build to where the sun is more behind the camera. Your shadow should always be going back. It doesn't have to go straight back. It can go back and at an angle, but you see how your shadow is going to the right? So with the sun on the far left-hand side, we're not getting much light in here. And as discussed, one of the most important things, the second most important things in Dreamsnaps is lighting. So for future snaps, just be very aware of that. Be very aware of lighting and how impactful and, just how much of a game changer it is. Fortunately, a lot of your scene on the base does have good lighting. It's more the tree line I'm a little worried about. Grimmy Hour. Hi, Zomai, thank you so much for the advice on my snap. I realized through watching the stream that I went entirely off theme, so I decided a fresh snap. This is my submission for the week so far, and I'm definitely liking this one more than my first. All right, let's take a look. So we have the first one here. It is an adventurous outfit, but, we talked about having that long-lost realm. We wanted to feel, like really bring out the ruins. We have a tiny bit here. And then we also talked about highlighting that Fabled relic. So now we have this new one here. Oh, very good. Yeah, you have a very prominent Fabled relic here. Very good. We have some great stones here. You have your untold lurking creature in the back. Now, the golden cloud here that's sending the light down, I don't think you really need that. It's actually making Beast a little harder to see. If you could get the gold light beaming directly on this, maybe I think I would say it would be worth it. But in this case, I think it would be more impactful if we can see the threat that is Beast. I like all the greenery you have here, and you also have the untold lurking creatures from the Hyena Den, and even Scar. But for Scar, you might want to use like smaller plants here in the foreground so we can see them a little better, or you can. You can keep them blocked up if you want, because you also have Beast and the Hyena Den, so those things work too. The only other thing is that it's a lot of gray. The fact that you have the crumbling walls and the elemental stones and the dragon and the big table, these are a lot of very large items pretty close up to the scene that don't have a lot of detail and texture and bring in a lot of gray, which really lowers the amount of vivid color you're going to have. Let's say you chose a smaller table here and you were able to put the Evergem on it instead of having it in a bubble. You just put it right on a table. And then you took this statue, you remove these elemental stones, and you took this dragon statue and you put it back up against the wall. That way we can see the whole statue. And then in place of the stones, you put some medium, some of the smaller mossy jungle trees inside of this environment. You can really make it feel a bit more overgrown. And then you can also take, inside the environment, you can take some of these like broken stone pieces and place them inside so it looks like the place is falling apart, like it's crumbling. I think the elemental stones are really good, but, in this case, they work because they're so far back that we can surround them with green. My concern for your snap, as it is right now, is that we have all of these gray elements very close in. So with the walls as close as they are, I don't think you really have the best amount of room for both the elemental stones and the dragon. I think it would be a better idea to play up more of the crumbling effects, more of the weathered, reclaimed by nature vibes. And then also, I think, you can consider a different table for the Evergem as well. I think it can work really well, like we saw it in one of our other submissions here, like Plum Bobs. It looks really good here, but they also have a camera tilt active, which is making it to where the table doesn't take up as much of the scene. So the camera tilt here is allowing us to see the full dragon statue. It is allowing us to see the top of the table, and it's not allowing the table to be as obstructive. We also, see how much green we have, how everything is very, very reclaimed by nature here. That's what makes this one very strong. So with yours, I would just recommend caution with the very heavy abundance of the gray. So think about how you can structure the scene a little bit to where you can get a bit more of that reclaimed by nature, long lost realm kind of feel, crumbling pieces, opening up this environment a little bit. And I'd probably get rid of the gold cloud here because then we'd see Beast a little better. But yeah, definitely a step in a very positive direction. Amanda is next. So this was yesterday's. We talked about the risk here because we don't really have a Fabled Relic. It's kind of like a treasure hunting vibe. We also talked about the modern houses. We talked about highlighting a relic, and we talked about making the theme extremely clear. I did like Raj in the original photo, but it's much easier to use Scar. Amanda said, I hope that's okay. Yeah, it's totally okay, and you're 100% right about that. It's too bad that this one wasn't quite as on theme as it could be, because you did get a fantastic shot with Raja, but it's so hard to get shots like this, so having that happen again is just going to be really tricky. Now, in this one, you have your Fabled Relic, you have the crumbling walls. This feels very Reclaimed by Nature, and you have your, your Untold Lurking Creature. So this checks all the boxes. I think this is going to be a lot safer. My only recommendation is if you are going to use the orb, I would put something solid in there instead of just a ball of light. That way there's some kind of tangible relic, something you can actually reach out and touch and grab. There's some cool looking orb motifs you can use, and if you don't have those, there's other fun relics you can use that would be solid, like the little lioness statue or an Evergem or some of these other fun things. There will probably be plenty of these blue orbs in the 4K range that are just the blue orbs, so you can still use this if you want to. But yeah, looking really good. Very positive changes. This one was super fun, but if it popped up against a snap that really showcased the Fabled Relic well and checked all those boxes like the Lurking Creatures, the Fabled Relics, the Long Lost Realms, like all of those things, this one doesn't really feel long lost because we have like power in these houses, and it feels like a treasure hunting trip, but not quite like Fabled Relics, whereas this one, now we're talking, this feels like a long-lost realm. The walls are crumbling. There's no houses with electricity. There's lurking creatures. There's your Fabled Relic. There's adventure. It's got it all. Checks all the boxes. And it's very pretty. Hoping for 4K for you. Crazy Cat Mom is next. The adjustments you suggested were to remove the throne, add the wildebeest remains, and increase the fireflies and dragonflies. Timing of them was an issue while trying to get the snake in the shot. Yeah, when you have multiple elements like that, Crazy Cat Mom, it is a headache. It is a headache. It'd be super cool if we can just, like, pause critters like we can villagers, or place them maybe one day. So here's the new ones. So yesterday here, and then new one here. I do love the bones here. We have this one here. And you do have a good snake in this one. But now we don't have the fireflies quite as much. Yeah, I see what you mean. Here's my advice when you're trying to time fireflies, companions, and other things. Just go heavy with the fireflies. That way, you're not having to worry about capturing them, because the fireflies, they pulse. They get really dim, and then they get really bright, and they also kind of fly in and out of the scene. So what I like to do, if I'm not trying to constantly juggle, like, oh, I got to get the fireflies, and I'm trying to get these pets, I'm trying to get all these things to happen at once, I'll just go heavier on the fireflies. Unless it's a Dreamsnap like Lazy Cozy Day, where you want it to be a bit more tame. Like on Lazy Cozy Day, I'm not really using fireflies. This one's really chill, right? We want it to seem very relaxed. So in a snap like this, I'm even if I use fireflies, I'd probably only use 1 or 2 clusters. But if you really wanted to, Crazy Cat Mom, you could lay them on pretty heavy, and that way it's not going to be as tricky to time everything. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right about that. It is a headache. If I were going to choose which one of those elements to kind of ignore, it would actually be the snakes. They're a fun feature, but they're only really going to be caught by people that enlarge your scene and really pick it apart, and a majority of votes are just going to happen pretty fast. So just keep that in mind. I also am guilty of spending a lot of time trying to get my companions just right. Like when I took this shot, I had everything set up, but I wanted to capture the balloons. I wanted to capture the confetti. I wanted to capture the rainbow fox playing. It was worth it in the end because it got rank 70. It did really well, but it took me way longer than it should have. I could have just put Lady down here or something. But I really wanted to use the Rainbow Fox. But yeah, when you're trying to time multiple elements, it is a headache. Fortunately, this is a little bit easier than Fireflies because I can just activate the confetti. So it made it a little easier. It was just more than anything, it was about waiting for this little guy to be in the exact right spot. And then timing my confetti alongside of that. So yeah, it's a headache sometimes, but I think in this case, just going heavier with the Fireflies would allow you to not have to worry about timing them as much. And if there was one element I would not worry too much about catching, it would be the Cobras. They're very fun, but they're not going to be as noticeable as the Fireflies or the other effects. And I would say between your current shots, I actually like this one, even though we don't have the Fireflies as prominent, because your orb is a bit more calm. We're not getting the blue light jetting out as much. Whereas in this one, you see how the blue light comes out right here? I just like the color, the blue light kind of swirling around the orb on this one. I think everything looks a bit more crisp. This one's really pretty. They're both really pretty, though. Regardless of which one you pick, they'll probably rank about the same. They'll probably be around the same range. Another benefit of this one is you do have some Fireflies over here around Scar, which is cool. So both are good options. Both are good options. Babbitt is next. Hey, so my thing for your review, as always, you advise only to change Scar's pose, which I've done with slight other changes. Also, I've added 2 other very similar snaps, but without the chest, which I think I like better as more colorful versus the original. Thank you for your time. All right, so we have this one here. Yeah, I love this original one. Oh, the new outfit is fun. Then you have a... I don't know. I mean, this doesn't feel like a long-lost realm to me, Babbitt. This feels like a long-lost realm because these chests feel very ancient. I was talking about, you know, you can have, like, more greenery and some fun things. But, like, if you have all this treasure around, this stuff feels very modern. This is a very modern lockbox. This little Tiana's chest here. We have a ship model. If this, and we have a stained glass portrait here, or like ship painting. I love the colors here, but I think we're kind of getting into the territory of like, it doesn't feel quite long lost. It feels like somebody's been storing treasure here for a while. Whereas in your original submission, we have these ancient kind of Aztec chests that are crumbling and cracked. Yes, they're gray and they're not as colorful, but you have plenty of color in the rest of the shot. I also like your outfit a lot here. And your positioning. I think your original was the one with the Rye outfit. So, I mean, really, I would go with either this one, your original one, or this one. The nice thing about the Rye one is you also have some fun colors down here at the base with like the Oasis glass and the shiny opal or sapphire or whatever that is. Like that looks really pretty. But yeah, even though this adds a lot of fun color, I think it takes away from the long-lost aspect. If you wanted more fun color instead of the Cortez chests, you could do abundant plant life within the environment. You know, you could do some of those red Eternity Isle, like wavy bushes. You could do more tangled ombre bushes if you wanted to play up more color. But I don't think you need to do this sort of scenario. It's really pretty. It does add some fun color, like I said, but this feels more true to the theme to me. I would say this. I really like this one with the green little orbs here. I think that's fun. But the angle here is really great too. This one has great balance. And the nice thing about this particular outfit is that, you know, the colors here are very vibrant. I think it ties in well, balances well with Donald's yellow beak. This one's fun. The outfit definitely feels more rugged, more adventurous. But, you know, the Rye outfit is also very adventurous, so both good options. I mean, you already had a really strong snap. I don't think you need to do too much here. And yeah, the main thing we talked about was Scar's pose. I think that was about it. Because in this one, he's kind of looking off to the side. Doesn't look quite like he's interested in you guys. And now you have him kind of snarling. You know, it looks like he wants a piece of that relic, which is really fun. I like how in this one, you've given Scar a bit more space. And I think this is really well balanced with the villagers. And there's a good chance voters would be, you know, forgiving on the fact that it doesn't feel as long lost. I just think this feels a bit more true to the theme. Either way, I believe your original snap was already very likely for 4K. And any of these are also very likely for 4K. But I would say, I think if it were me, I'd probably try to do a combination of this one and this one. I would keep the more ancient type of items around, and I wouldn't put anything too modern in the environment. But I would also try to have a little bit of space for Scar. Or you could just submit the original, because this is pretty much, you know, changing Scar is only a small thing. I think most voters aren't going to be super particular. It's only going to matter if you're up against a really, really good Dreamsnap that's equally beautiful, equally strong, and their Scar is kind of interacting with them a bit more than your Scar is. That's the only case in which that's even going to matter. So not many cases for that. All right, we have hit the end of the road, you guys. It is 9:11 p.m. I still have to do my snap, and then we got to get up first thing in the morning. Where to get the walls in these Dream Snaps? Kathy, these walls are in the premium shop right now. These jungle walls are in the premium shop at the moment. Bob said I had to step away to do a client, watch my review. I was so surprised. Still see y'all here. Dude, were you here yesterday, Bobs? I streamed until almost 11 p.m. I was here until almost 11 p.m. last night. We had so many reviews. And that's with me knocking out a bunch of reviews on Friday. So I knew today we would be here for a while as well. I mean, we went live around like 4. So I mean, that took about 5 hours. Not too bad. But yeah, I got to be back in less than 12 hours. So I got to eat. I got to shower. I got to get ready for bed. I got to make my dream snap, which I spend so much time reviewing your snaps and responding to posts in Dreamers, not Dreamers Report, but in the Dreamsnap Hub. And I have not even worked on my own snap yet. That's how much I love you guys. I spend all my time working on your snaps, you know. So I am going to go knock out that stuff. I'm going to go to bed. And I'm going to see you guys first thing in the morning. Twitch drops will launch at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And so will the update. And we will likely be live around 8:45 a.m. Or I might go live the moment the update drops, just so I can live the moment the Twitch drops come. It just depends. It depends on what time I get up. Depends on how I'm feeling. So I'll either be live at like 15 minutes before, or I'll be live right when everything is kicking off. Thank you for all the amazing reviews, you guys. And thank you for the generosity on the stream. I think Samantha with the 250 bits about 2 hours ago. Did I shout you out? I don't even remember if I shouted you out for that, Samantha. Someone asked if it was your example scene this week. Did I ever see your comment, Samantha? And then, I think, Creeping. I'll see, and I am. You called me your friend and said thanks? Oh, okay. So I was, like, drunk or something. Okay. Cool. Now, I'll try to make sure you have your hammer back tomorrow, by the way. I'll try not to forget. I'll try not to forget. Focused on finding the lioness statues. Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right. Yeah, we were trying to find those lioness statues. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Okay. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for knocking out goal number 218 in a row. Much appreciate, much appreciate. Tomorrow is update day and big goal number 219. We'll probably be buying a new Moonstone bundle tomorrow as well, so I appreciate the support, and thank you. On the agenda tomorrow, if you've never been here for an update day stream, we do quite a bit. We are going to be checking out the new features. We are going to be unlocking the new characters. We are going to be getting new characters level 10. We are going to be completely finishing the star path, or except for routine duties. And yeah, then we're going to check everything out. Oh, yeah, and the Bear Cub. That's right. We're going to get the Bear Cub, too. We're going to get the Bear Cub. So yeah, a lot to do. Anyway, I gotta run. Much love, you guys. Thank you for all the amazing reviews. I wish you all the best in your future Dreamsnap challenges. I'm sure you guys will do great. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Thank you for the amazing stream. And we will see you tomorrow. Alrighty. Ta-ta for now.